Welcome to HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. I'm Dave Nicholson with the Futurum Group here for 6.5 Media, 6.5 on the road. We're going to have a very interesting conversation in the next few moments with my colleague, Mr. Ryan Shrout. How are you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing all right, recovering from time zone changes and all of that still, but today is day 2. Yesterday we had the keynote and a lot of kind of high-level discussions, and I think today is a lot more diving down into deeper talks with partners and implementations and all that, so I'm looking forward to today.
Well, let's talk about that. We were going to talk about hybrid cloud, and just be easy on me. I think I'm suffering from a little too much blood in the caffeine stream, as they say.
Yes.
But start us off. Cue up the conversation.
Well, a lot of the discussion here is obviously around hybrid cloud and all kinds of implementations of it and what HPE and its partners are bringing to the table. They seem to have shifted from this topic of cloud management to cloud autonomy. And I'm curious for your take on what that even really means to the audience. Like, what does it mean to have cloud autonomy?
Yeah, I think I like to think of it in terms of just taking a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, drawing a line down the middle, and you have AI and you have AI, and there are the benefits that can be derived from creating shiny new objects with AI. That's one thing. Yeah. So hybrid cloud, we're going to build these new cool AI things. And then there's the leveraging of AI to optimize infrastructure. And the optimization of infrastructure, which includes what they're referring to as autonomy, autonomously managing these things, drives efficiency that frees up capital to do the other cool AI stuff. So I love the fact that HPE focuses on both sides of the equation. What we would think of as running the business and changing the business at the same time, because they're both important.
I don't know if one of those is lower hanging fruit than the other necessarily, but it seems more like you have clear line of sight to profitability or bottom line improvement when you go into that kind of operational efficiency side of it, as opposed to the new shiny objects as you described.
And some would argue that is the height of innovation, that driving efficiency in operations is the height of innovation. Others would say, no, that's the boring, keep the lights on kind of stuff. But HPE has forever been in the business of helping people optimize infrastructure. So there's nothing new about that.
Another thing that they've been in the business and have had on their kind of platform for a while is they run everything on GreenLake, right? They've been innovating on that and kind of modifying and changing it for quite some time, and they're kind of positioning it now as like a control plane for the AI era. Easy access to your compute, to your data, to manageability on that, right? How have you seen that migration change or kind of their positioning of the GreenLake stuff change?
Yeah, I think a lot of the positioning has changed, but in a very positive way, the fundamentals haven't changed. The idea that cloud is essentially an operating model, and that this operating model now can be brought to bear in service of AI. And GreenLake is the platform. The conversation about hybridity, hybrid cloud, has, I think, taken on a new life of its own, because people are so concerned about their data and how their data is exposed to AI. We've had conversations about the difference between fine-tuning or training a model on your data and just making that data available via RAG, but where's it going to live? A lot of people are saying they want it to live in their data center and maybe not up in a hyperscaler at this point.
Which brings us to the next topic I wanted to talk about, which is, I think a lot of the conversations I've had here with the enterprises and with HPE is kind of what they're offering for enterprises that worry about cloud sprawl or variability of costs and unpredictability of what their deployments will look like. And obviously the hybrid strategy is meant to really address that and kind of provide the balance between what you get at a hyperscaler and what you would do with some on-prem. And I think they're presenting that in a really positive light.
Yeah, I would agree. 20 years ago, people might have argued that, no, actually, you go to cloud to save money.
Right.
And I think now no one labors under that misconception, the idea that if you rent something, it's cheaper than if you own it. Well, hyperscale clouds can give you agility that's really hard to duplicate in an on-premises private cloud environment, of course. But if you're talking about cost containment and efficiency, nothing beats running it yourself. And I think that's the pitch that they're making, and it's getting more attention because of this age of AI and the concerns people have over their data. That's my opinion.
And we're in Barcelona, we're in Europe. A lot of discussions here about sovereignty, data
We're in
security.
Spain. We're in Spain also.
Yeah, well, also that. Yeah.
Also Spain.
Yeah. I skipped a level of geography there. But I'm curious. What HPE's talking a lot about sovereignty and about this kind of data privacy and security side. You brought it up as part of that conversation. It seems interesting to me that the hybrid cloud offers the capability to kind of have both of those in one package as well.
Yeah, and sovereignty takes on a lot of different forms. People look at the physical location of their data as governed and regulated by some governing body.
Right.
That's important. Also, sovereignty includes aspects of latency, perceptions of security. Some people think of that as wrap my arms around it, therefore I'm sovereign. And so hybrid cloud is the perfect solution. So to the extent that you want to leverage services outside of your garden walls, you can with hybrid cloud. To the extent that you want to keep things closed within that walled garden that you built, you have that choice also.
I think it's interesting to think about sovereignty doesn't only apply to governmental implementations of compute and data, right? This is a large enterprise conversation we're having as well. There's also interesting conversations around what does a well-architected hybrid cloud implementation even look like? And how is it different than what it looked like a year ago, 5 years ago, kind of in the pre-AI craze era?
Yeah, I would say the biggest changes over time have been the kind of natural move from what we would think of as three-tiered legacy applications that were virtualized, moving into the era of containerization and cloud-native applications, moving into the era of AI, running models, running traditional machine learning and deep learning neural networks alongside natural language processing capabilities and LLMs. All of those things living together under one roof. That's the change. So it's just the tent keeps getting bigger and bigger. Green Lake and all of the things associated with Morpheus, it's all about being more inclusive and bringing more and more of these things under the tent, because we keep saying that VMs are going to be retired, or that storage area networks are going to be decommissioned, or that mainframes are going to be unplugged, but it never seems to happen. We've had those conversations with customers here today, right, where it's they're still getting, HPE is still having questions about VMs and how are these going to be deployed in new stood up enterprise deployments. And I like the way you framed the hybrid cloud conversation earlier when we were talking about what's the difference between now and 5 years ago. It's like it's actually kind of the same. It's just modified a little bit for the era of compute and data requirements for AI, but the fundamental infrastructure design strategy is kind of the same. Yeah, and you mentioned data. I mean, data still has gravity. Data, especially if you have a lot of it, is still the limiting factor when it comes to having whether it's multi-tenancy or kind of multi-cloud capability, regional dispersion. Big cloud provider had a big outage recently, as they do occasionally. And I was pretty harsh commenting because, frankly, I blame the customers, because you have the ability to build redundancy into these systems, but people choose not to because of the cost. It's understandable, but if you don't buy insurance and you get in a wreck, guess what? You get to pay the bill.
And the hybrid is the insurance on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I know we've got a lot of stuff planned for the rest of the day today, right?
Yeah. So shortly after this, we're going to meet with folks from Carbon 3 AI, and they're actually kind of a private cloud data center provider based in the UK. Talk about sovereign cloud, they're all about that. Big partner of HPE, so that's going to be a really interesting conversation coming up. So stay tuned for that as we rejoin in just a few minutes. Any final thoughts, Ryan?
No, I'm looking forward to the day. A lot more interesting conversations. I think a lot of yesterday was absorption of content and kind of walking around and seeing all the different demos and everything, and now we get to see how it's applying to these real world kind of customer use cases.
Yep. Well, good to be with you, Ryan.
Absolutely.
Good to be with all of you here in Barcelona. HPE Discover 2025. Stay tuned for that conversation with HPE and Carbon 3 AI. We'll be right back.
The 6.5, the 6.5,
6.5,
6.5, 6.5, the 6.5, 6.5. We're here on the road. The 6.5 is here in the booth. What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6.5.
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
You're not entertained.
6'5", 6'5", 6'5",
6'5",
6'5",
6'5", the 6'5".
6'5".
We're here on the road. The 6.5 is here in the booth. What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy. Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week.
Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon? Market madness. Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Six five, 6'5", 6'5",
6'5",
6'5",
6'5", the 6'5".
6'5".
We're here on the road. The 6.5 is here in the booth. What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon? Market madness. Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Welcome back to HPE Discover 2025. We're here in Barcelona. I'm Dave Nicholson for 6.5 on the road. And we're going to have a very, very interesting conversation with an organization out of the UK, Carbon3 AI, along with the folks from HPE that they work with. We have Mick and Sana from Carbon3 AI and Alexia from HPE. Welcome all.
Thank you for having us.
Great to be here. It's great to be here. All good here in Barcelona for everyone, yes?
That's been super
So
fun.
far, so good. Well, Sana, I wanted to start with you. Carbon3 AI describes itself as the national grid for AI. What do you mean by that? What does that mean, national grid for AI?
Well, thank you for asking that question. So we are delivering secure, affordable, high-performance compute to UK organizations that is built on owned land and powered by renewable energy. And that means that our customers are getting predictable costs and performance, and they're really able to build from the idea phase to full production without the complexity and the risks that come along with it.
And Alexia, why does HPE care about Carbon3 AI? What's the value proposition here?
Yeah, it's super simple. HPE, our ambition is really to help enterprise customers go from their AI ambition to their AI production. And we believe Carbon3 AI is a wonderful way to go and drive customers. We're super excited that they're built all in the UK. They're driving sovereignty, and we think it's going to be a great partnership.
So sovereignty is an important aspect of this. And Sana and Mick, talk to me more about that. How does Carbon3 AI and sovereignty, how do those things kind of commingle?
Well, if I start, and I'll pass over to Mick. We are, our solutions are really quite pragmatic, right? It is, we are bringing something new to the market. We own our land, and our energy, and we are delivering better British infrastructure based on renewable energy. And it means that, we've got more resilient ability to deliver production, and we have, and it's more affordable, and it is something that doesn't exist yet right now in that form.
So,
Yeah, I think when you look at our target customer base in the enterprise, some of those industries are challenged with other options today. You're challenged with things like the US Cloud Act, the Patriot Act, which brings question to where you can securely put your data on your workloads. And when we think about AI, it's even more critical given the autonomous nature of the solutions we're bringing to market. When we think about how we show up to market, UK owned, UK operated by UK people for UK businesses. That's a very differentiated offer, and it's resonated in regulated industries and UK government as examples.
So Carbon3 AI has UK covered. Is this something that we can expect HPE to sort of replicate around the globe in terms of relationships with entities that can deliver sovereignty?
Absolutely. So as we're in Europe, sovereignty is the buzz at the show. More and more customers are looking to have in-country solutions managed and operated by providers like Carbon3 AI in-country. So that is becoming more and more important. And we're actually seeing that, we're seeing when we talk to customers that there's a feeling that the hyperscalers, that there's risk with the hyperscalers where it may not be in-country. So yes, so our strategy is to partner with partners like Carbon3 AI and really drive scale. Right now, everybody's trying to figure out how do I drive real production of AI, and so we think having strong partners where it's a turnkey solution with what we're doing with HPE Private Cloud AI and strong partners. That's what we're going to need to really scale and help enterprise customers really find value in their use cases.
So on that subject of scale, Sana mentioned the idea of owning the land, owning access to power. There's a certain security associated with that. That's all well and good. Now you start scaling into thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of GPUs. A lot of folks are going to come to this conversation based upon their relationship with HPE. And so they put a certain amount of trust in you that as Carbon3 AI scales, they're going to get the service that they expect.
Exactly.
How do you manage through that scaling process?
Well, at the heart of it for us with HPE Private Cloud AI, it is an engineered, fully integrated solution. So what we do is we build it at the factory. We build it at the factory, completely integrated, and bring it over, and then we install it in Carbon3 AI data centers. And so for us, it's really like the value that we bring is that level of integration, that level of governance, that level of security. And what we're seeing with customers also is, some of the hiccups that they're seeing when they're doing AI is the fact that it's putting all the pieces together. And that's what's hard, right? You're integrating all the software, you're integrating security, you're driving governance. And so the value that our partnership is bringing is that turnkey solution for customers.
Okay, so the infrastructure that's going in is an HPE stack.
That's correct.
That people can depend upon. Well, this is all theoretical until we get to the point where actual customers are using actual things. Mick, do you have any examples? You don't have to share names if they're under NDA or proprietary, but can you give us some examples of what you're seeing?
I'd like to quickly jump back to the previous question.
No. We're on to the next question. No, Mick, please.
Because I think this is really important. We're a business that was named 4 months ago. We've got a tremendous amount of assets across the UK, 55 locations, top to bottom, left to right, and generate energy on a lot of those locations. The addressable market opportunity for us is huge. An organization that to build the technical capability, maturity to move at pace, it's impossible to move at the pace that we have moved at without HPE. To be clear, HPE is a partner, not just in providing the hardware, deploying it, designing it, managing it as well, but securing those first couple of customer outcomes, which makes us feel very happy, of course, but equally our customers look at the team as a safe pair of hands. And those supercomputers, they're pretty tricky to design and deploy. They take time, and which is why we've chosen private cloud AI to get into market at pace, 40 days from PO to deployment, and another 10 days to have customers on that platform. That could not have happened with any other provider, or even 6 months ago with even HPE, right? So it's a real solid innovation that supports enterprise moving at pace to value in AI.
Absolutely, and that's a key point that he just said. So that time to value is so critical. So from the time that we ink the deal to getting private cloud AI stood up and running, 40 days. And then another 10 days to bring on their customers onto that. So that's what we're seeing that customers are, when they're do-it-yourself, that's where it's taking a really long time. So that's, I think, a key value prop in that turnkey engineered solution.
And you said 55 locations?
Correct.
So this isn't just a warehouse in Manchester. Because you say 55 locations, and I went to school in the UK for a while, and I'm like, are some of them hanging off the edge into the sea? Is there room for that many? So this is serious stuff. So you have a serious partner here.
If I may just add on this.
Yeah.
This is one of the biggest blockers we have in the UK as well, is going from something that is at pilot level to actual production and to real adoption of AI technologies. And being able to use a playground that we are building here allows us to help organizations and enterprise move from idea to adoption of AI much more quickly. And this is one of the blockers that the UK currently has, is that we're not moving on that adoption curve as much as we'd like to. And so I think a solution like this is really helping that progress as well.
No, and that's spot on. That's what we're seeing with customers. Like, you say, okay, I want to do AI. Here's my use case that I want to go implement. And then you start to bring in all of the other pieces of the organization around governance, around security, around data. And it's getting super complicated, right? And so people get spun up in all of the different things around they need to do around integrating a solution. So the value of our partnership is it is there ready to go, and we've removed that noise for customers.
So you can show the thing.
Yeah. No, that's important to be able to show people something.
Yeah.
Alexia, I teach the AI program at Wharton, and my students are CIOs and CTOs. So pretend you're talking to them for a moment. They're trying to sort through this whole question of, first of all, they want to figure out how to save money and make money with AI. But a big question is, where do I do this? How do I sort through my options here? You've got hyperscale cloud providers. You have the whole spectrum of hybrid cloud offerings from HPE. Now you toss in this concept of sovereign AI. How should people think about this? How do they go down that kind of decision path?
Yeah, well, I think they first need to think about, what are the use cases that they want to drive? Do they have the use cases? Have they done total cost of ownership and ROI on those use cases? That's typically what we're coaching customers on, is where what's the hair on fire, use case that you have, and how are you going to go and drive real outcomes for that use case? But typically what we do within HPE is we sit down with customers and understand, what are they looking at in terms of their data, where is their data need to stay, in country, on-prem? Do they need to have it managed, in the country? So like that whole sovereign aspect of it. How are they looking at growth? Like, have they tested the use cases, right? Because we have a lot of customers that we see they're like testing a use case, whether it be in the public cloud, but when you're really going to drive it at scale, they realize that the costs are prohibitive, and you will have additional costs like egress charges and retrieval fees and things like that in the public cloud. So I think it's really having a very thoughtful plan on, what are your use cases? How are you like the security, data, and the governance? Have you answered those questions? And then that really makes, I think, a good decision on where you're placing, where you're going to place that.
So I've got a kind of a final question, and of course, if you have other comments, jump in. But my final question is, from any of your perspectives, are you seeing an actual move towards what we talked about in the past as repatriation? And those of us in the infrastructure business talked about that in an almost hopeful way. It's like if we said it enough, maybe it would happen one day. And then maybe everything wouldn't run away to the hyperscale cloud providers. But it feels like, start with you, Alexia, but if you have perspective on this, Sana and Mick, it feels like there's a very real gravity associated with people's data in this regard. People are concerned, sometimes irrationally, sometimes rationally, about the importance, the sovereignty, if you will, of their data. Is that driving more of a real hybrid cloud conversation where people are taking a serious second look at, like, what? Maybe I should be on HPE infrastructure in a Carbon-3 AI data center. Maybe not the warehouse in Manchester, but one of the other 54.
Nothing wrong with that.
Any thoughts? Am I off base there?
No.
You think is that a real thing?
Even just here being talking to customers and partners this week, it is a conversation that we're having almost in every meeting on really, we're hearing from customers that, number one, I think they went into the cloud and moved as much as they possibly could into the cloud, and now they're realizing that they are very much in a hybrid environment. Things that couldn't move to the cloud are, still on-prem, and then they've got their public cloud, but they're realizing costs, security, sovereignty, the data. And we are seeing more and more customers look at bringing certain workloads back on-prem. So it is like hybrid cloud is a real thing, and how you manage that environment is what we've been talking about here at Discover Barcelona. But I would say yes. And then the other piece that I would say that has really almost like brought this up in the last few weeks is we've seen with some of the hyperscalers some recent service delivery issues that have happened, and it happened, across the globe. And so we're seeing more and more customers take a step back and think thoughtfully about that and that impact that has had in recent weeks in their business operations, and think, hey, maybe let me take a second look at potentially bringing things on-prem.
Obviously, we're not gleeful about any of that.
No.
But I did detect a bit of a wry smile as you shared that.
I don't think, working at HPE for the last 10 years, I think we all thought, I think executives thought everything was going to go to the public cloud. And I think
absolutely.
we're seeing more and more a hybrid environment. And what we're seeing is customers want that cloud experience that they're getting with the hyperscalers, and that's really part of our hybrid cloud strategy around a hybrid cloud operating model. How do you give that same look and feel and management, but on-prem?
Fantastic. Well, we are live. Quick closing thoughts from Carbon3 AI. Anything, Sana?
I might just add two quick things on what Alexia's just said. I think what we're seeing is customers are becoming more thoughtful and more intelligent customers of these services. So they are now understanding their needs and matching a little bit more the challenges and the criticality of both the workloads and the data that they have, but the offerings that exist, right? And so that kind of becoming more intelligent and also that matching of challenges to solutions leads us in a space where we are moving away. Now, some people are calling that sovereignty, but I actually think this is just an evolution of the advancement as we adopt these technologies. More and more of us are understanding what we can and can't do and what our choices are. And when you've got choice, you make the best one for you.
Makes sense.
Yeah, to wrap from my side, this partnership with HPE, founded on private cloud AI infrastructure, enterprise grade, has allowed us to move extremely quickly for a new business, 40 days to deployment and 10 days to get our first couple of customers, to give an experience to customers that we couldn't have done before. And that experience is a production-ready use case for enterprises in 2 weeks. And that's based on the technology and the innovations that HPE has delivered within the private cloud AI infrastructure. So it is the only choice for enterprises looking to move quickly at deploying infrastructure. The question becomes, where do you deploy it? And Carbon3 is the answer for a lot of customers in the UK.
Fantastic. Thanks to all of you. It's been a great conversation from us at 6.5 on the road here in Barcelona. Stay tuned for more content. We'll be right back. And by the way, if you missed this live, go ahead and turn on closed captioning for those of you in the UK who can't understand a word that I'm saying because of my accent. Closed captioning is a wonderful thing. We'll be right back.
Six five. We're here on the road. The 6.5 is here in the booth. What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6-5.
Daniel Newman.
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead. He is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon? Market madness. Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Not entertained.
6'5", 6'5", 6'5",
6'5",
6'5",
6'5",
6'5", 6'5". We're here on the road. The 6'5 is here in the booth. What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon? Market madness. Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Not entertained.
Welcome back to HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. I'm Dave Nicholson, and I brought my extra brain with me, Will Townsend, the bigger, better brain. Will, thanks for being here.
Thanks,
I really appreciate it. Takes a lot of the pressure off. And we've got Phil and Andreas from HPE. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Well, we've got some news here. So Phil, allegedly, you are now the chief sales officer at HPE.
Indeed.
Tell me it isn't true. Why would you take on a responsibility such as this? What were you thinking? Did you consult with any of your family before agreeing to this?
They said it's not a good idea. For about the last month, I've been appointed the chief sales officer. And I've been with the company now for, it's about 6.5 years I've actually been working for HPE. And then before this, I was running the Aruba networking business for about 4 years.
Remember?
So I got to know Phil.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So I'm in the sales role now, but my background is actually in sales. So earlier in my career, I was a salesperson and then a sales manager. So I still remember, what makes a good salesperson and what the customers want and need, and it's all about listening. So in sales, there's the old adage, you've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and you should use them in that proportion. So that's the way I plan to approach this job.
You seem to be peering into my soul when you made that last comment.
Gonna hypnotize you.
All right.
What do you think, Will?
I think Phil's the right guy for the job. Obviously, I've known him for quite a while, and sales and marketing and partnerships go hand in hand. And Phil, I'm wondering, SPAR is leaning into resiliency, security, and AI. And I'm just curious, how is HPE enabling that journey for such a strategic partner like SPAR?
Yeah, well, look, we're really excited to be working with Andreas and the team. We've been working on this project for quite a long time now, and it's bringing together all of the capabilities of HPE. So yeah, we're really pleased to be working with them, delivering a private cloud solution for SPAR.
Great.
So Andreas, from Spark ICS's perspective, we've heard a lot of things from HPE here at the show over the last couple of days. What are some of the highlights for you, or the standouts?
Honestly, the highlight was really less in the morning, so the first 10 minutes, the keynote of Antonio, so because it shows me strategy execution. So from my point of view, there is a program on the table addressing the top right components where we have to go ahead and where we have to invest for the future. So I think also the strategy regarding networking, regarding computing, regarding security, and then at the next stage AI is exactly the program which is on our table. And yesterday I saw really a solid strategy and people on stage. They know what technology means and they know what strategy execution means. So there are not so many salespeople on stage from my point of view. Yeah, really. So and this really enables trust for me. So we have a lot of trust because we are working together with HPE since 1995. So it's really
long time.
Really a famous roadmap we are going, and there's also a high level of trust. But I was totally impressed about the strategy, about the components, and when you also think about what HPE did the last year by Juniper and so on, so really picking the right partner on board and now shaping a holistic picture of everything you need for stability, for security, for sovereignty, so everything is there, and also for innovation. Yeah. So this is, I think there is no other company on this planet who can really deliver that in that quality, and I really trust that this will be really reality in the next years.
Does it feel to you like we're moving from, we're sort of in this constant movement towards execution from vision, but we're getting, we're more in the execution zone now.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
This is exactly the point, because I'm talking to a lot of people, a lot of people are talking to me about AI and something like that. I think 80% is on another universe, so maybe it could come in or not. So I think here I see really the reality. Mm-hmm. So if you look in operations, if you look on networks, if you look on security, and also I think the strategy and the tactic is to say, for example, security is nothing on top, it's really inside all the components. Sure. So I think this is what we need. And this is, from my point of view, the difference of HPE. Here we are talking about reality. Yeah. We are not talking about some dreams. And here are people who know exactly how the future will look like, and not talking about how the future could look like.
Yeah, and I think Antonio summed it up really well during the keynote. The theme this year is discover what's next. Yeah. And so it's no longer proof of concept, it's moving things into production, right? Andreas, I'm wondering, from your perspective, the combination of Aruba networking and Juniper, what excites you the most about those two business units coming together?
As I said before, I think it's the combination. There's technology,
right.
There is enabling technology with all this Wi-Fi stuff and so on, so networking from the data center to the edge.
Sure.
And Juniper is bringing on all the security components and so on, and bringing that together really to one holistic environment.
Yeah.
With much more also if you're talking about morphos and so on. So this is really, everything is on the table.
Yeah,
and everything is more or less, and you can see it here, also on the software level, it's really reality. It's really working together.
Right.
And I think that's so, if you think about security, so we need a high integrated environment,
right.
Not pieces and pieces.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's what, because I was here 2 years ago where Antonio talked about the Juniper stuff, now it's reality.
Right.
And you see really first of all, the experience, but also the advantages now having this all together in one big family.
Right. And it's making the network one of the enforcement points for security, right? And bolt-on, it creates gaps. I also like how Apstra and HPE OpsRamp is coming together for observability to drive better, security control and also network assurance. But I know you're very focused on creating the retail future experience, in innovating in digital experience, and I'm wondering, what are you leaning into from HPE to ensure secure and sovereign deployments, because sovereignty is a very important aspect in the European Union, right?
So let me say in that way, 2 years ago, the focus was super on the supply chain. Yeah, so we invested a lot into automation. So I think there are a lot of challenges bringing thousands of goods, and also the assortment is changing every day. So we have to run a 24 hours, 7-day business, and more or less we are critical infrastructure because the people, they need food.
Yeah.
And so we have to think about how we establish and how we enable the right technology on that. So with our Snowball project we started 2 years ago, and the initial ideas is coming from Barcelona together with Mark Walters and Antonio to say, hey, we have to go in that direction, because also if you talk about sovereignty and business critical, we're now having geo-redundancy in Austria, so we have 2 data centers, 300 kilometers in different regions, and with the HP technology, we really are now able to switch over an application. And this application, we didn't really change something on the application. Really, with all this infrastructure and with this platform, we can move one application to the other side within 1 minute, and we do not lose data. So we do not lose any order. Mm-hmm. And this is from my point of view a super achievement, because talking about applications, the applications they are not focusing on reliability, on business continuity, on geo-redundancy. And that, I think, is for us important to have this reliability, and also because the environment is changing a lot. So if you asked me 5 years ago about blackout, but now it's reality. And that's why we're really investing in this geo-redundancy. And on the other side, I think we are moving forward to enable a lot of applications, also much more focused to the end customer. So was it 5 years ago supply chain, where we could say, okay, if there is an outage of 2 hours, we can manage it. At 4 hours, it will become critical. Currently, we are having a lot of direct communication with consumers, 24 hours. Yeah. And if we have issues, technical issues, in 10 minutes, we will have the war in the stores, because they could not manage their promotions, they cannot use the payments and so on. So this is, I think, for these applications, and we really want now to focus to digitize and to communicate with the consumer on that level. So we need a perfect infrastructure, reliability, and on the other side, of course, performance. Sure. So we shouldn't forget that. Right. And also, I think a perspective on the future to say we need a partner. They can follow also our strategies, because I see a lot of things which are coming in, especially if you talk a little bit of AI, because I think we have now really a lot of, or let me say, 10 business cases really in place where AI is really delivering business value. Sure. So not the simple things like translation services and so on. So I think there is a lot, and here I need the technology, I need the partner, and I also need a kind of continuity in the common strategy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because the opportunity cost to a retailer is huge, right? With any downtime, right? Yeah. And the whole notion of a self-driving network and AI native is super compelling.
And that's what I said before. If you see now on the portfolio, it's exactly what we need.
Right.
And everything is, and if most of it is coming from one supplier, is really integrated highly and is following the same strategy. I think this is really a big value for us.
Yeah.
So Phil, what does success look like when you think of the relationship between HPE and SPAR? Looking out a year and a half, 2026, 2027, well, I mean, look, what does success look like?
Yeah, I mean, so we're really pleased to have SPAR as a customer, and from a relationship perspective, I think it feels really good. I mean, the things that we like, is what kind of Andreas was just talking about there, the levels of innovation and the fact that they're really doing stuff. It's not a kind of a talking project, it's a very live kind of implementation. So, I guess the definition of success would be, kind of mutually beneficial relationship, so these guys continue to grow in the market with resiliency and a brilliant service, and we're happy to be a partner with them.
So Phil, I think you're confusing implementation with sales in your answer. I was looking for a revenue number. The answer was supposed to be very simple, a number, okay? You got to get used to the new gig,
exactly.
Phil. You got to get used to the new gig.
I need to reset my mind. A share of wallet percentage.
I was waiting for your answer
That's the difference. So they are not talking about as I said, sales and figures. We are talking about solutions which are bringing value.
No, I know.
They drive business
and that's what sales.
outcomes.
That's what sales is all about at this level. It's about successful implementation.
Exactly right. It's about
an
finding
old joke.
interesting projects with interesting customers that really make a difference. I mean, that's really what we're interested in.
Yeah. Well, so Phil, what do you? I mean, it's sort of a softball question to say, what have you been impressed by here at HPE Discover Barcelona? But what, just the vibe, I mean, even compared to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, the show was hugely oversubscribed.
Right.
I mean, I mentioned to Will earlier, I think we had to stop taking invites. Like
you sold it out for the first time.
Completely oversold it, right? So, and I think it's almost doubled in its level of attendance over the last sort of 2 to 3 years. And obviously the Vegas show is even bigger, isn't it? It's like a multitude bigger. So I think, look, when I think about what's going on externally, so the external trends, right? You've got lots of customers concerned about rising costs of virtualization. You've got lots of interest in AI, but I think now people are really looking for projects to implement and get value. With that comes questions about where should data sit, data sovereignty, costs of having data in the public cloud, right? Other things as well that we're seeing or hearing from customers is, because with AI there's so much data going around the network, they're really concerned about security. So they want to make sure that the network is protected. So with that, there's a lot of upgrade activity, but also using AI in the platforms, be that either Mist or Aruba Central, looking out for odd behavior on the network. So when you think about all of these things coming together, it feels like we're, they're the external things. It feels like we're in a great position, doesn't it? I mean, because success in business, a lot of it is about strategy and execution, but a bit of luck helps as well, doesn't it? Right? There's that phrase, isn't it? It's going to be lucky and good, right? But so it feels like externally, the market is moving our way. And as Andrea said, if you listen to the keynote that Antonio did yesterday, we've got all the right products in the right spaces. So that's been the exciting thing from my perspective. And I've had a lot of partner and customer meetings this week, and in all of the meetings there's lots of stuff to talk about. So it feels like the portfolio is really on point.
Well, Will and I are sort of objective observers of all of this, and trust me, we would tell you if we disagreed with you on that point. We would. We'd let you know. But I think we're seeing, we're getting that same vibe. It's really interesting. It's and myself coming from an infrastructure background, I feel it's a bit of a revenge against the hyperscale cloud providers that that we have a lot relevance in the age of AI. There's no question about it. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Will, again, thank you. That was so relaxing for me having you here. Thanks for joining us here, HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. Stay tuned to 6.5 on the road. We'll be right back with more interesting content. Six five.
We're here on the road. The 6.5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6-5.
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
We're not entertained.
Welcome back to HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. I'm Dave Nicholson here for 6.5 on the road, and I'm joined by a very special guest, Mr. Patrick Osborne, Senior Vice President, Technology Acceleration for HPE Hybrid Cloud. That is a mouthful.
It's a lot.
Kind of proud of myself, but the fantastic thing about it is it sets up an awesome opportunity to have a conversation. I've got actually notes here, which is unusual. I usually just kind of fly blind, but let's talk about the end-to-end approach for AI factories from a hybrid cloud perspective. What's your perspective on that?
Yep, so first of all, thanks for coming to the show and supporting us. It's been a bang-up week, sold out, right, at capacity. So it's been good. AI has been a huge topic, right, for a lot of our customers. We sort of have three big pillars that we've been having conversations with customers around: virtualization reset, security, and then AI, right? And so for AI, we have a number of enterprises here, right, that are implementing AI. And a couple things that we're doing is we're sort of demystifying AI for the customers, especially when it comes to the deployment, right, phase. They're going to come with their own specific use cases. We want to give them infrastructure, a runtime environment, software, everything you need to do to make that a business critical, mission critical service within the enterprise, as well as we've built this really cool program called Unleash AI. So it's a technology partner program. Antonio talked about it yesterday in his keynote, and it's basically horizontal use cases and vertical use cases with a very, very rich software partner ecosystem to basically help customers, be successful. You hear these stats about failed POCs and minimal ROI, but we're really helping customers really get down to, I want to have a use case, I want to implement it, I want to be successful in a very reasonable amount of time.
So you have the, I think it was a Charlie Brown comic strip that said sometimes the most frustrating situation or the most discouraging situation to be in is to have so much potential. And so you're in an interesting situation here because you have all of these really interesting components that go into making up the solution that delivers the business outcome. So people have their, the use case, and they have something that they want to achieve. Where do you draw the line in terms of calling out the specific things that are under the covers? Because there's been a lot talked about with Alletra this year.
Oh yeah.
The storage platform. So why? Because you think about it, why should people care about storage? Why does it matter?
So it's funny that you asked that because we've been under this shift for a few years and talking to customers about business outcomes, workloads, how to align IT to the business. But we never sort of really shed our roots, right? HPE is a great product company. We have fantastic offerings for customers. And so when we think about sort of decomposing the opportunity around AI, it's not just one app, right? It's like an ecosystem, it's a set of services and workflows. And as you implement this, one of the things that's super hard and it's really important to make the AI use cases successful is the data layer, right? So not only having a fit-for-purpose data layer that's going to plug into your AI architecture, that it's scalable, it's performant, aggregating multiple data sources together, right? Because essentially AI is not a greenfield opportunity, it's a brownfield opportunity, right? So how to store that, how to tag it, how to effectively curate all that data. And so we brought to market, we actually announced it here last year, was the Alletra MP X10000, which is meant for unstructured data. So analytics, streaming analytics, AI, machine learning, and so that has been very successful for us. And it's a layer that underpins all this kind of fancy stuff we talk about, inferencing and GPUs. Like really at the end of the day, it's about the data and what you can derive from it. So that's a really important step one for customers.
But worth calling out.
Absolutely.
Is the point, because data has a certain importance attached to it. In other words, data is the only thing that really matters ultimately. And one of the other things that's been talked about, you mentioned it earlier, this idea of kind of the great VM reset, and people reevaluating what they're going to do, how they're going to support what we might call legacy application environments that have been virtualized. Morpheus seems to be part of that conversation. It's part of the narrative here. What's going on? What's this all about?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of disruption in the market, and essentially 99% of the conversations here this week have been around this topic, which is HPE, please provide me, a full stack that's going to get me from point A to point B, right? And point B can be different for different customers, but essentially what they want is a full private cloud stack that's going to run these workloads with hybrid data services, right, on top. And so for us, we're not only just providing technology, right? Again, this is a brownfield opportunity for customers. You can't just put in a whole new stack and then immediately cut over, turn off the old one, right? It's a multi-year journey, and that journey ends at either cloud automation, right, that we provide, the cloud operational model, cloud consumption model for customers. Oftentimes it's new ways of developing and deploying services through containers, right? So it's a mix of virtualization and containers. And through Morpheus Enterprise and our cloud ops stack, we can provide that for customers, which is, essentially, I can help you manage what you have today, transition that, and give you a perfect path forward.
Yeah, I love the optimism when you said the journey ends.
Yeah.
when really, I know you've been around long enough to know that the journey ending is a bit like that vanishing point on a desert highway where the sides of the road appear to converge, but the closer
we'll
you get
talk about that next year.
The closer you get to them, the further it gets away. But talking about moving into the future, I mean, what are some of the key trends that you're seeing now? And I mean, look, we're in December here, so kind of end of the year, next year predictions. Where do you think we're going to go? Let me just say, a lot of the talk this week has been around this idea that we're truly moving into the execution phase. Would you agree with that? And what are you seeing in terms of trends?
Yeah, so I definitely agree with that. The big trends I see are, I think customers are absolutely, like everybody that were in the sessions this week, we always do kind of a straw man poll, like raise your hand if you have more budget this year, right? And not a lot of people, raise their hands. Maybe they're afraid someone's going to come steal their budget. But, you have to do more with less, right? And the only way you're going to be able to do that is through like upskilling your staff, right? So they can focus on like not repeatable tasks, but things that are going to change the business for you. And then automation, right? We see this over and over. I mean, we're doing this ourselves internally at HPE, but how do I use things like agentic AI to make the infrastructure easy to manage? How can I use all these tools to have a better outcome, whether it's faster product development, higher quality, et cetera. So like we just continue to automate, which is great. We're definitely seeing a huge uptick in this great VM reset, right? The clock is ticking, right, for a lot of customers, both on the technology side and economically, right? There's some big cliffs they're going to fall off of, and we want to be able to help them execute on that strategy. A lot of them are making that decision now, and we'll execute that throughout FY26. So that's a big one. And then the third one that comes up like in every conversation, it has to be part of every sort of architecture is security, right? One of the big things we see is like, the backup team managed backups, DR had a separate team, endpoint intrusion, the security on the network. What we're finding is that all that stuff is getting pulled together in a common like chief information security officer, office type thing, where they're just taking a look at organizational risk. Right, so security is part of every conversation because it's becoming an issue fueled by AI, right? Fortunately or unfortunately, it's a very powerful tool.
In the AI era, we often get distracted by the latest shiny toy that comes out. Some model vendor comes out with a new version that does video better or whatever it is.
Sure.
We get distracted by that. It seems like part of HPE's thought leadership in the AI space is to remind people that, you mentioned autonomous operations, that there's a lot of value that can be extracted from using these AI tools to streamline and make operations much more efficient.
Yes.
Which then frees up capital to do those shiny object things that people want to. But what are some other areas in terms of thought leadership where you see HPE kind of staking out ground in the coming years?
Yeah, so definitely on the AI side, we're putting a lot of efficacy into agentic AI. And if you think about our portfolio and the strategy that Antonio laid out, we have AI and GPU accelerated compute. We have certainly a very robust networking offering now. You know, the tagline there is networking for AI, AI for networking. Everything we're doing in hybrid cloud around storage and bringing that all together, that's a huge opportunity, but it's also very complex, right? So if we've been on this road right now to embed MCP agents, provide a catalog and a set of workflows for customers to make sure that, you know, not only your network is self-driving, but your AI infrastructure, your private cloud infrastructure, your security apparatus is all working together, and it becomes, you know, autonomic really at the end of the day. And so like we're definitely investing quite a bit. I think agentic AI is going to be very important. It's like the next step from AI ops, right?
Yeah, there's nothing worse than a bad marketing slogan, and there's nothing better than a concise answer.
Yes.
Networking for AI and AI for networking says a lot because it's addressing both sides of that. It's like, yes, the networking so that you can do these cool AI things.
Absolutely.
But also AI to optimize the networking on the back end.
Yeah,
I really, really like that.
And it works for storage too. Like you think about it, like if you think about AI for storage, storage for AI, when we talked about the Electra MP X10000, we just announced this week that we have embedded MCP agents, data intelligence built into the storage layer. So now that you can do vector databases, inferencing, data tagging, all in that in service of, like, we partner with NVIDIA on very high performance storage protocols. And so it's the same thing for storage, you know, when you think about it in context. So every layer of that infrastructure is being affected by AI, either because it's in that ecosystem or we're using AI tools to make that part of the, you know, the infrastructure layer way more efficient for customers.
Well, we had a chance to talk with an HPE partner that works in the sovereign AI space.
Oh yeah.
This one in particular out of the UK. But of course, HPE's global reach would indicate that you're going to have all sorts of partners and conversations with folks around the globe. What's your view on kind of the subject of sovereign AI? What does that mean to you when I say sovereign AI?
Yeah, so we usually hit here. It's been a hot topic this week, right? Especially in, you know, Europe, in this theater. So for us, it's usually one of two things. First is we have like disconnected or sovereign in terms of it's a specific customer or use case, whether it's, you know, government, defense, financial services, critical healthcare. They have, you know, some very bespoke security requirements. And then there's the other piece of it, which is coming up more and more now, which is regulation driven, right? At either the EU level or at the country level, where they want to have provenance over their data in a data center that resides, you know, in that municipality, in that country, that's managed by folks that are from that country, right? And it's not just a technology issue, it's process, regulation, people, processes. And so we have a lot of partners that we're working with right now, whether that's MSPs, CSPs, telcos often, right? To give them the technology and the stack so that they can go implement that for their customers. And we've talked a lot about it. We actually had a session yesterday with one of our customers, Danfoss, and they're doing this, right? And they've had a number of folks across Europe reach out, like even this week doing one-on-ones, like, how do you do that? How does that compare cost-wise to the public cloud? Like, who audits that for you? So it's definitely a really hot topic.
Yeah, and maybe I'm showing my age, but there's something comforting about the idea of, say, you're with HPE and you have partners around the globe and you're working with them in these areas. There's something nice and reassuring about this idea that you're working in Italy with Italy's sovereign environment and you know, kind of accentuating the differences that are there instead of trying to have a one-size-fits-all model for things.
It's very important here. You know, you think about the digitalization of like cultural documents and, you know, obviously things that are very critical infrastructure to countries, and they want provenance over it, as they should, right? And we need to help them do that.
Yeah, I guess we can't just make them all speak English and eat McDonald's every day, can we?
That would be no fun.
You know, Coca-Cola, put it in your baby bottle.
That's
It doesn't work. Patrick Osborne, it's always a pleasure.
Yes.
It's absolutely
Thank you for
a
having
pleasure.
me.
It's really good to see you. Good to see you here in Barcelona. And for 6.5 on the road, I'm Dave Nicholson. Thanks for joining us here. Stay tuned for more compelling content from HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. Six five.
We're here on the road. The 6.5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6.5.
Daniel Newman.
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead. He is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week, bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Not entertained.
Welcome to HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. I'm Dave Nicholson. This is my co-host, Will Townsend. And we have a very special guest to talk about all things networking and security today from HPE, Mr. David Hughes. David, welcome.
Hey, great to be here with you guys.
Well, it's good to have you. Let's start this out with this idea of the convergence of security and networking. Where do those things come together in your mind, and why is that an important thing to look at?
You know, I think for the last few decades, people often think of these two things separately. And you have a networking team that's responsible for connecting everything to everything, judged by uptime, performance, and so on. And then you have a security team whose job is to kind of protect those users and workloads and data. And traditionally, that's done by restricting access to basically take that any-to-any connectivity that the networking guys have built and then restrict it with bolt-on solutions or overlay solutions. And I think we've got to a point where people are seeing that's really complex. And if you think about the problem conjointly, you can make it much simpler and have the networking team and the security team working together and on the same page.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that, David, the team is leaning into taking the network and making that an enforcement point as well. And with the acquisition of Juniper, you're bringing the best of Aruba AI Ops together with Juniper Mist AI Ops. Can you speak to how that integration is going and what some of the value that customers can expect from that?
Yeah, a couple of thoughts in there to unpack. First one's the idea of the network as an enforcement point. So one of the ideas is that you can kind of align security team and networking team. If the security team is kind of defining policy, at a high level, what does our organization expect and what we want to enable per user role and for different classes of device. And then the network can actually be an enforcement point. So you don't need to bring things out to the cloud or to a data center firewall to implement policy. That policy can be done right at the edge in an access point or a switch or a WAN gateway. So that's kind of the first idea. So as you heard Rami talk about, we're cross-pollinating between the two platforms.
Right.
But I think what's in common there is the idea of AI native operations and being able to drive things by experience. What's the user's experience and making sure we're meeting that experience, or identifying when we're not and remediating that. So when you think about that user, when they're having trouble accessing an app, they're angry and they don't really care why.
Right.
And it could be a network problem, or in some cases it could be a security problem. Maybe there's a misconfigured security policy that's blocking them. And so we want to get that user back on track as quickly as possible. And so what we need to be able to do that is AI Ops that spans networking and security. If you're looking at it just from a network point of view, or just from a security point of view, that poor user can kind of fall in the gap in between and have a poor experience. So this is another one of the reasons why we see networking and security coming together. So we can kind of provide this holistic end-to-end AI Ops, end-to-end experience assurance.
Yeah. And I also really like what the company's doing with OpsRamp from an observability standpoint. And then Rami also spoke about blending Apstra with OpsRamp to drive, better network assurance and that sort of thing. Any further thoughts on the combination of Apstra and OpsRamp coming together?
Yeah, well, I think, OpsRamp's really key to this idea of multi-domain and multi-vendor visibility. So it's a bit the same with when you look at AI Ops at the next level, you really want AI Ops that spans across domains and across vendors, because to the extent you're focused in on just one part of the system, there's only so much you can do with AI.
Sure.
The bigger picture you've got, the more things you can correlate. And so OpsRamp gives us all of that observability that lets us correlate across domains. Now, Apstra provides a great framework for kind of intent-based configuration of the data center. So you can do workload-based segmentation, and giving that visibility to OpsRamp lets OpsRamp do a better job of AI Ops.
Awesome.
So people have been trying to solve for these sorts of problems for a while by bringing in various tools and trying to integrate them together, kind of a bolt-on approach. how important is it to have these things integrated? You've talked a little bit about this, but how important is it to have these things be truly integrated as time goes by?
Yeah, well, I think the definition of integration is shifting. And a long time ago, people used to think that if you want things integrated, you need the same operating system running on every single device.
Right.
And then they realized, well, maybe they don't need that. Maybe we need a common management framework. But I think where we are today with agentic AI is agentic AI lets you span across what are fundamentally different operating systems and different ways of doing things, but look at that as a cohesive whole. And so the idea of agentic AI and agentic AI ops is that you can really get that true end-to-end kind of integration without having to integrate at every single step in the stack. So I think that's one of the really exciting things. What you do need, though, is the observability, the multi-vendor, multi-domain observability. So that's why the ops ramp piece is so important.
How do you balance that at a company like HPE? You have CIOs and CTOs everywhere who are trying to figure out how to make money and save money with AI, and they're being attracted by all of these shiny objects that are out there from all sorts of different vendors. You're coming in with holistic approaches. What do you do on the back end to figure out what the kind of best of breed solutions are? How does that work in terms of like buy versus build decisions from an HPE perspective?
Yeah, I think especially in security, even in networking, but especially in security, there's just so many vendors. And I don't think any enterprise really wants to go with 100-point solutions. So there's definitely a drive towards consolidation and towards having one place to go to get a broad view. I don't think anybody is saying they can do all of IT, every single thing. But at HPE, we are trying to give our customers one place to go where they can get a really good view of what's going on across the infrastructure, networking, compute, storage, on-prem, in the cloud. And that's really valuable. And I think when you look at being able to operate your network and be able to operate efficiently, you want to understand how all of those things are tying together. It doesn't preclude using some point solutions or being multi-vendor, but I think there is a definite impetus towards getting a more consolidated view and operating model.
David, as we wind our conversation up, I'm impressed with the ambition that the company has to take networking, to integrate the best of Aruba, the best of Juniper, and do that across campus, branch, into the data center, now with Ethernet and private 5G. I mean, it's a very expansive set of networking connectivity solutions, supported by GreenLake as a service as well. But there've got to be challenges with that complexity, right? Just given the extent of the domains and the expanse of all that, have there been any lessons learned as you've been on this journey?
Well, I think one of the keys to what we're doing is this idea of build once, deploy twice.
We've talked about that before.
Yeah, rather than trying to first of all, we don't want to leave any customer behind. So we want to get good paths forward. That's fundamental, right? But then we don't really want to take something and spend all our time moving those capabilities to try to build the superset thing. I think it's much easier for us to innovate and cross-pollinate from the inside out rather than the outside in.
Yeah.
And so really that idea of let's make sure that we've got innovation happening as we integrate and do this by working from the inside out. So let's make sure that as we come up with great technology, we're able to deploy it to all of our customer base. And so that's really one of the kind of fundamental, I don't know if it's a fundamental strategy that we have.
Yeah. Awesome.
So we've actually been engaged in a bit of an experiment here. Normally we refer to these segments as in the booth. This one is truly on the floor.
Yes.
And what we wanted to try to demonstrate with human beings was this intersection of networking and security, and sometimes the lack thereof, as we've actually had people wander between us and the camera system. So
I just want, this was all planned. We wanted to have a physical manifestation about, because sometimes, when you're...
Well, I felt someone bump my
because, sometimes
yeah.
it's all sort of ethereal and esoteric, and how do you, we could show servers, networking switches, no. Instead, let's have intrusion come in and let's see how to deal with that. No zero trust here. It is 100% trust on the data center floor. My final question for you is, what has sort of surprised you over the last couple of years in this space? Is there anything that has kind of shifted to the left or to the right in some way that you would not have predicted going back a year or two ago? Anything you could think of?
I think for me, the biggest shift and the thing that maybe is most exciting is this is agentic AI.
Yeah.
And so I'd say when Gen AI came along, you could say it was a bit of a surprise. But for me, I was a little skeptical about how you use this when there's that fundamental problem of hallucination. But what's been really interesting is to see as context sizes have increased and as people have introduced the idea of agentic AI, the idea of specialized models, the way that these models can follow steps and then cross-check, is making the technology much more applicable for automation versus just being a chatbot. And so the speed with which that transition's happened, I think, is quite a surprise.
David, at Discover US, you and I talked about Green Lake Intelligence. Just as a final question, can you provide any sort of updates on customer adoption and success with what you're doing? Because Aruba's been leading the charge with Green Lake Intelligence.
I think we've absolutely got that out there in the wild.
Yeah.
And one of the exciting things we've been showing at the show is we've taken that agentic AI and moved that into Mist as well. So this is an example of how agentic AI lets you actually mix and match systems pretty effectively.
Yeah.
And certainly when it can be curated by a company like HPE, it's really an exciting technology.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, David Hughes, thank you so much for joining us here. 6'5", in the booth, on the floor, in the mosh pit at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. For Will Townsend, I'm Dave Nicholson. Stay tuned for more interesting content. This is 6'5",
6'5", 6'5",
6'5",
6'5",
6'5",
6'5", 6'5".
We're here on the road. The 6.5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6.5.
Daniel Newman. Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week, bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Not entertained.
Welcome to Barcelona, HPE Discover 2025 here in Barcelona. This is 6.5 in the booth. I'm Dave Nicholson with my co-host Will Townsend. How you doing, Will?
I'm doing great, Dave. How are you?
Good to be here on the floor. We have a very special guest, Andrew Wheeler. Welcome. Andrew is with HPE Labs, and we're going to talk quantum. Andrew, what is the Quantum Scaling Alliance? And what's HPE's relationship to it? Why should anyone care? Talk to us about this.
Yeah, good question. So the Quantum Scaling Alliance is a new collaboration, a new group. Its purpose is gather kind of like minds within the industry, and the goal is to build a practical, scalable quantum computer. Basically, put the recipe together for how to do that, so that we can tackle some of industry's toughest challenges. I would say, near term, the objective is again pulling together all that expertise that's needed in an open fashion, such that from silicon all the way to the algorithm, that we bring that expertise together in an open manner and really move it from where we are today, which is in a lot of cases, interesting demonstrations or small proof points, to eventually building out that industrial scale quantum computer.
And so HPE is famous for being sort of the Switzerland from a customer's perspective. Specifically in the era of where we are with quantum computing today, there are a dozen ways to skin the proverbial Schrodinger's cat in terms of coming up with stable qubits. Are you saying that you're essentially agnostic to that? It's like whatever rises up and becomes the dominant tech, you'll be there to support it when that happens?
I think in the limit, that's the idea. Now, how we get there, we may find ourselves as a company kind of outside of the alliance, is having to partner closely with someone because we've got this vision of an integrated kind of hybrid, classical plus quantum, machine that ultimately comes together. But yeah, I mean, that is the idea with the alliance at large, is to say, look, you're going to need best of breed across the industry to, I think, actually realize this value. If we look at some of the other, approaches you mentioned, there are, one or two maybe vertically integrated companies that are kind of trying to do the entire end-to-end stack. There are some other, smaller aspects involving maybe just the networking piece. NVIDIA just, recently announced, the use of their NVQ link to help stitch together, a couple of parts of the system. IBM and Cisco have announced trying to get together a little bit, bringing the networking with the quantum. And but with the alliance, that's the idea, is that we bring best of breed across that industry to do everything all the way from the qubit through to the algorithm, including the semiconductor piece.
Andrew, I spent a lot of time with the teams, just from networking, security, compute, storage, and so I understand that HPE's view on quantum computing is complementary to classic computing. And you touched on the hybrid integration. So just wondering, can we get a little more perspective from you on where the value lies in that hybrid integration of both classical and quantum?
Yeah, I think, and again, depending where you're coming from in the topic of quantum, I think just a couple of points just to make sure our position's clear on this.
Okay.
First of all, quantum is not a general purpose computer, right? In the sense of how we think about things today. So that's point number one. Point number two is, we view it's an accelerator. So meaning I think at the end of the day, can accelerate algorithms or even a portion of an algorithm that today we would say is just computationally infeasible. Can't do it. So, we can use a GPU today as a little bit of a proxy when we think about an accelerator. We don't just run every type of workload on, a cluster of GPUs.
Sure, yeah.
We use it in concert with, a CPU.
Right. And based on the application and the workload and that sort of thing. Right?
So quantum will really be the same thing.
Yeah.
The other important reason we think we need this, or we'll have to have this integrated approach with classical, even realizing the part of quantum that's doing the computation, well, it's going to require more than likely AI and machine learning to help even achieve what it's trying to do by itself, which means you need, some of that classical system sitting right next door to that quantum system.
Sure.
In order to help it really perform the job that it's trying to do.
And do you see AI and quantum becoming force multipliers?
I really do. Because in fact, if you just look at one of the many technical hurdles to achieving quantum, first of all, you got things like, how many high fidelity qubits do I need? And to get that high fidelity, what's the error correction around it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, even that error correction algorithm itself, depending what type of, kind of qubit you're talking about, will likely need some AI to help do the correction itself. So
Sure.
You can see at that low level, that's how AI is going to play a role. And then when I look at an end-to-end workflow, which is kind of the ultimate goal, because look, if you want to have access to a quantum computer or any developer, we need them, just like all of computer science that we've learned over the last many generations. You want to abstract as much as possible. You want to make it easy to develop those applications, and to the point where maybe part of the workflow of the algorithm, hey, I can just address that with AI and other forms of accelerators, and then maybe only that critical piece goes to quantum, because that is going to be a critical resource, at least initially.
Do you have any thoughts about where the first places might be where this is actually monetizable? What are the first industries that are going to be able to save money or make money by leaning on quantum, and how far away are we from that point?
Okay, yeah. I think probably 2 or 3 industries or use cases to think of, and they're quite different. So, I guess one of the classical ones would say anything that involves complex molecular interactions. That's kind of ripe for quantum, given that it can operate on that entire search space at once. And so that obviously feeds directly into, drug discovery, anything involving chemistry, right? I think optimization problems, that's kind of another class that historically, give me something that scales by the number of, scales n squared by the number of variables you put into it. And then frankly, the last one is Shor's algorithm, right? So, fundamentally being able to, factor very large prime numbers, which are the foundation for a lot of our encryption protocols.
Yeah. I mean, will that be the first indicator? Will it be sort of a nefarious act out there that sort of demonstrates the true power of quantum?
Or does cancer get cured?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the race is on, frankly, but I mean, you bring up a really good point, and we said this early on with AI. It's like, hey, great, look at all these, the great things AI is doing today and where we see it going. But guess what? Those are tools in the toolbox for, nefarious actors. So we have to expect the same of quantum. So I think there's that path and thread. At the same time, absolutely, we want to see breakthroughs in cancer research and personalized medicine and things like that. But we have to assume these things are working in parallel.
Let me just go on record saying that quantum, if you're going to cure my cancer, you can steal my identity. I don't care.
Yeah. But Dave, that was a perfect setup for my last question for Andrew. And obviously there are concerns in a post-quantum world with the ability to render all encryption worthless, right? What is HPE Labs doing with respect to preparing enterprises for that post-quantum world and identifying the risks that come with that amazing breakthrough with quantum?
Yeah. Well, the great thing is, look, the industry and government agencies around the world, right? They've seen this coming.
Yeah.
And so, we have international standards bodies, things like that have been, thinking about this and working on this for several years. And so we're at the point where we now have kind of the first, 2 or 3 algorithms that we think are quantum proof.
Mm-hmm.
And so part of labs, part of our role in the company is to, again, be looking out beyond the horizon for these things that are coming for our product teams. And just like our Generation 12 ProLiant servers, we worked several years ago with that team to make sure, okay, they're at least on that path and they have that initial algorithm that's baked into the silicon that provides that what we call our root of trust for our servers.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're kind of looking across the company on that as we look at different deadlines and mandates that are coming the industry's direction for, hey, you want to do business with us, your products need to be, quantum secure by, 27, 2030, things like that. So anything that requires attestation, and again, we started more at the silicon level because given the lead times for that, and obviously those aren't easy things you can just patch in software.
Right.
So working across the company, making sure we're coordinated and organized, and we're ready for when that cryptographic relevant quantum computer comes online. We will assume success.
And what does your crystal ball tell you as far as the timeline? We were joking about this earlier. What do you think? Is it 3 years? Is it 5 years? Is it 15 years?
The way I like to answer that question, and it's not a cop-out,
sure,
but it really is a depends. And by that I mean, we've talked about some of the use cases here today, but the most direct path to a quantum computer is actually going to be starting with the algorithm. What problem are you trying to solve? What are you trying to speed up? Then you work your way down to, well, what kind of error correction do I need? What does my fidelity need to be? All of that. So all of that being said, if you pick the right problem, and we want to move beyond the, what I would call the manufactured or simulated problems, which are important, but at the end of the day, they're not, directly addressing that meaningful scientific or business problem. I think we're still a few years out.
Yeah,
more than a few years maybe.
Yeah.
I have a calendar here. Just touch the day for us here. Andrew Wheeler, I want to thank you for being here with us and for not being here with us at the very same time. Little quantum humor there for you, I'm sure you can appreciate.
Dun, dun, dun.
For Will Townsend, I'm Dave Nicholson. We're here 6'5", in the booth, on the floor, HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. Stay tuned for more interesting content ahead.
This is 6'5".
6'5". 6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5". 6'5".
We're here on the road.
The 6'5 is here in the booth. What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week, bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Catch a little positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
You're not entertained.
This is 6.5 Media in the booth. We're at HPE Barcelona 2025, and I'm Will Townsend. Joining me is Miles Davis from HPE, and we're going to talk about one of my favorite subjects, networking. Yeah. So Miles, lots of exciting announcements going on this week. I understand that the event sold out for the first time, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Event sold out. I think all the excitement around Juniper HPE coming together is driving people into the place and making a real kind of buzz about everything that's going on.
I can totally feel it myself. So let me ask you that question. How is the HPE Aruba and Juniper integration going?
I think it's going really great. The teams have come together in a way in which, being through previous transactions like this, we've been able to accelerate things to a level in which I've never really seen play out in the market. And I think it's both because of the way in which we think about the development of the software. It's also about just the nature of the way that we built the platforms and the fact that we both thought about this in a microservices kind of architecture as we build our clouds, allowing us to be able to share some of this intellectual property that we both had before the acquisition closed.
Yeah, and from my perspective, it represents two very, very strong and capable networking solution providers coming together, creating a very viable alternative to other offerings in the market. From your perspective, what do you see as Aruba's strengths relative to Juniper's strengths?
Good question. So when I think about what Juniper Mist came in with is the capabilities around AI ops and being built from cloud kind of ground up. Those benefits in the platform really bring these kind of outcomes to customers that we haven't seen in the market before. On the Aruba side, the strength that we've had is we've got this really strong customer base that understands our portfolio and understands how to build networks at really large scales. And what's exciting about the central platform itself too is that we thought about it as the kind of methodology in which we develop to be cloud as well as VPC as well as on-prem. So they each bring their kind of unique capabilities to the table in which I think makes for a great overlap or a great overlap as well as a great cross-section, maybe is the better word for our customers.
I agree, and I think just to add to that, from my perspective, what Juniper brings from a service provider perspective, I think is amazing. It strengthens what HPE has been focused on, and now HPE extending that into private 5G with the Athonet acquisition and what you're doing there. And then I also like Apstra in the integration with OpsRamp over time to drive a stronger observability platform that's going to do amazing things from my perspective for network assurance. Right?
Yeah.
I really like the complementary nature of the roadmaps and how they're coming together. And to your point, very early on in Aruba's journey with AI Ops, actually I spent time with the team when Kurti was still the CEO, and wrote a paper about the Edge Services platform. And that was really Aruba's first sort of toe in the water with AI Ops. And then you look at what Juniper's done with Mist, and it's simply amazing. And combining those two, I think it's going to be really, really powerful. And so during the keynote, Rami talked about that cross-pollination. So I'm hoping, Miles, that we can spend a little bit of time and talk about where should we see the fairy dust be sprinkled on Aruba Central and the Aruba Central fairy dust sprinkled on Mist.
Yeah. What's really interesting is that because of the way we built these platforms in essentially microservices / just container-based in a very cloud-native kind of way, we've been able to accelerate that process of actually sharing stuff. So
much easier to integrate, right?
Exactly. So like even as we go into tomorrow's demos and others, what customers are going to see is they're going to see things like the large experience model, which the Mist team built out of saying, hey, let's take all this data that we have around Teams, let's have all this data around Zoom, cross-section that with all the network telemetry we have so that we can predictively determine based on the network telemetry how those collaboration apps might be working.
Sure.
Well, that model that they built And all that telemetry, all we had to do was repipe that into what we did in Central, and boom, we have that kind of shared.
Yeah.
Other areas where we've seen a lot of collaboration is NIST had done their thing around Marvis CI and a conversational interface.
Rami likes to say crushing those trouble tickets, right?
That's right, exactly. What we launched in Discover Las Vegas and started talking about was our agentic engine under the kind of brand of Copilot.
Yeah.
When we came together as a team, we saw an immediate opportunity, and we executed on that immediate opportunity to actually bring over some of that agentic capability into the Mist platform, enhancing what they had already been doing with the conversational interface.
Sure.
And those are things in which, from a shipping perspective, customers are seeing like today.
It's happening
like
today.
In production.
And that's amazing
clouds.
Given the acquisition just closed. Like how many months ago?
Yeah, like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
The teams are already working together.
Right.
And it's not only exciting because we can take what we already had on the truck and be able to, kind of bring them into each other, but also because as we kind of go forward, I mentioned about that culture of cloud native and thinking about how to develop in a way in which we can easily move things.
Sure.
We've got this kind of mantra internally now where it's develop once, deploy twice.
Sure.
And between the large experience model, LEM, and our agentic capabilities that we brought over from Central, that's actually the first place in which we took that approach.
Sure.
We adapted our development process to go accomplish that. But as we go forward, that's going to be the way in which we continue to make intellectual property and innovation is develop it in one place with one team, deploy it into 2 different clouds.
Right. I mean, and that's the most efficient way to engage engineering resources and to scale innovation. And that all of that effort, from my perspective, is fueling the company's vision for a self-driving network. And there's a lot of buzz, I think, just generally in the industry about this. I think it goes all the way back to intent-based networking, and we never quite got there from my perspective because the missing element was like AI ops and AI and the maturity of that. So I'm curious, Miles, from your perspective, how do you define a self-driving network, and can you provide an example of something that's real today?
Yeah, to me, self-driving network is the type of operational model in which instead of network operators and engineers having to rotely go in and do a bunch of actions in which, we could all just, do based on reaction. I don't know the best way to say it, but it's so practiced that we just know how to do it. Why are we intelligent humans having to do those things?
Sure.
Why don't we give that over to a network that can self-drive, just like we've done those tasks for cars and planes and everything else?
The value, I think, from that perspective is that frees up operational teams to provide more value-added support for the lines of business that are supported. Right?
That's right. Yeah, and get out of the task of these kind of rote, repetitive things in which we can take away. The kind of examples that we've actually implemented in the platform. This isn't imaginary, use cases in which customers aren't using. These are active features in the platforms. Is stuck clients, whether they be wired or wireless, from time to time, whether based on the client stack or just the client stack interaction to the network stack interaction, you get these situations where the client isn't transmitting data anymore.
Right.
Well, based on the telemetry that we have in the network, we can reset PHYs or bounce ports or reset the chipsets and APs very quickly to be able to react to those situations and then take a task away from a network engineer that has many more important things to go do.
Right.
So these are like real value adds for customers that need to just get moving on, like you said, line of business tasks or whatever else the case may be, and can put away these tasks that really aren't all that important.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, it's a game changer. I don't think anyone enjoys mundane, CLI buried, kind of hunt and peck type scenarios. But I'm really blown away by just what the team has accomplished just in a short amount of time. But here's my $1 million question for you, Miles. Like, what excites you the most? If we look out a year from now, and of course, you can't disclose anything that's under NDA or on the roadmap, but what excites you the most about the combination of Juniper and HPE Aruba?
I think what's most exciting about the year forward for us is getting to show customers that we are one team coming together, that this strategy that we're taking up of leveraging the intellectual property across both portfolios and really driving that on both platforms is a reality, right? It's been really exciting to be able to come to bear with the AI ops capabilities that we had on the Aruba side, but to be able to have that plethora of capabilities that the Juniper side brought as well is just mind-bogglingly exciting. I'm also really pumped for the type of outcomes that we'll be able to deliver to customers, right? I think we're in a pivotal point in which AI is becoming a non-optional aspect of how the network gets operated. And I've seen it play out just in conversations that we've had with different customers to say, this used to be something that took me, 12 hours to go solve, and now I'm doing this in 30 minutes. Well, what I like to imagine is what can be done with that other 11 and a half hours in our networks with all the different data and telemetry and whatever else. Those customer outcomes is what really, really excites me.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, modern AI is only as good as the data that you can move around, whether it's a cloud-hosted large language model, whether it's a smaller language model on an AI-enabled device. Network is important, and that's what I really appreciate about Antonio's vision and what the company is executing on. It's making networking sexy again.
Oh yeah.
To quote Justin Timberlake.
Yep. No, that has been a really exciting aspect as well. Like just thinking from a network engineer's kind of perspective is getting back into a world where it's not about 7 layers of the OSI model.
Right.
I mean, you still have to know those things, and it's still important, but it's really reinvigorated me to be able to come into a kind of landscape of data analysis and other things in which wasn't really in our vocabulary 10 years ago as network operators and network engineers.
Yeah. Well, Miles, thanks for taking the time. It's been a great conversation. This is Will Townsend with 6.5 Media at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. Stay tuned for more content coming soon.
This is 6'5".
6'5". 6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5". 6'5".
We're here on the road.
The 6'5 is here in the booth. What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
You're not entertained.
Welcome to 6'5" on the road. We're here at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. I'm Dave Nicholson with the Futurum Group, and sometimes I get to experience something truly joyful, and that is the opportunity to talk to really, really smart people about stuff they know things about. And I have one of those people with me right here, friend and colleague Will Townsend from More Insights. He is Vice President and Principal Analyst, specifically focusing not just on these things, but specifically on networking and security. So when you want to talk to someone about networking, he's the guy, and I've got him right here. Let me tee this up for you, Will.
Okay, Dave. By the way, that was a great introduction.
We're here at HPE Discover Barcelona, and they've been talking about the network as sort of the central nervous system in the AI native enterprise moving forward. What's your take on that? Do you think that that is a good place to start the conversation about networking in 2025?
Dave, I love that analogy. I mean, think about it. I'm not a doctor, but I like to play one on TV sometimes. The nervous system in our body controls so many functions, right? And when you think about networking and the need to move data to train large language models hosted in clouds, smaller language models at network edges and within enterprises, I think it's a great analogy.
When we talk about networking, just give us sort of a primer on the protocols that we're talking about here, because people will talk about open versus closed, but what are the primary networking methodologies that we're talking about?
Well, I mean, you've got two camps, right? So you have Ethernet. That is a standard that continues to mature through the Ethernet consortium. And, you know, with respect to AI, you've got NVIDIA with InfiniBand. InfiniBand was an acquisition that they made, Mellanox, many years ago. But what I'm quickly seeing is that Ethernet, through its evolution, is able to support what's needed from an AI workload and application perspective. I don't think InfiniBand is going to go away anytime soon, but I do think, like, for example, with the AMD HPE Helios announcement for rack scale infrastructure, AI infrastructure, and for a switch that supports that infrastructure, it just demonstrates the value of open Ethernet.
And now NVIDIA has come down on the side of, we love Ethernet also.
Sure.
Because, you know, they're not trying to crowd everybody out
right.
with InfiniBand, NVLink, et cetera, et cetera. InfiniBand's not going anywhere, as you say. What about wireless technology? Does that fit into what we're hearing here?
Well, there hasn't been a lot of talk on day one about what HPE is doing specifically with private 5G. But certainly cellular is growing in adoption. When you look at OT environments, manufacturing automation, a whole host of use cases, transportation and logistics, I think it becomes an important part of the overall scheme. And then, Wi-Fi. I mean, again, Wi-Fi is not going away. Early on when 5G was launched, I was always asked, hey, is 5G going to replace Wi-Fi? It's not the case. They're better together. There's going to be a blend. And in fact, there's an announcement this week around the support for a Wi-Fi 7 access point that can run both Aruba Central and Juniper Mist. So we're already seeing the integration of both companies come together just in a matter of months.
I want to talk about security in a second, but,
Okay.
but when we talk about AI and networking, you can sort of draw a line down a sheet of paper, and on one side, you can put AI enabling the management of networking
Sure.
versus networking that is
For AI.
designed for AI workloads in particular. Can you kind of explain the difference between those two things?
Yeah, I mean,
because people get confused about when they hear AI and networking,
yeah,
sometimes they forget
get-
about one or the other.
yeah, they get interchanged. So AI for networking, think about tools, capabilities that ease the whole notion of deploying networking. So think about generative AI and co-pilots and that sort of thing that helps streamline the operational management of sort of networking operations and security operations. I know we're going to talk about security because HPE is very focused on integrating the two together. And then when you think about networking for AI, it's ensuring that you have the right plumbing, right? To be able to move these huge volumes of data around that are needed to train all of these models, to take full advantage of the business outcomes that result from modern AI.
So I did that intentionally, by the way. I was trying to trip you up because I know that your
I know that
I'm
your brain right now.
Yeah, your brain automatically integrates security and networking as they should be. When I said we'll talk about it later, I saw a grimace on your face. Assuming for a moment that security needs to be baked into that networking layer constantly, what are some of the important takeaways so far out of HPE Discover on that subject?
Nothing earth-shattering. I mean, there was a lot of announcements related to that subject at Discover Las Vegas. But what I'm seeing is sort of a progression of the integration between Juniper, again, and Aruba. Both companies bring very strong AI ops to bear. Another aspect that's important to note is that during the keynote, Rami Rahim spoke to the cross-pollination of features from Aruba into Mist and Mist into Aruba. He also talked about Apstra and HPE OpsRamp coming together. Why that's important is that you need observability, especially in most enterprise environments that are multi-vendor, to be able to monitor the entire state of infrastructure. And the value for networking is that with that improved visibility, you drive higher network assurance. And that also helps identify gaps that can create, opportunities for bad actors to enter a network and move laterally and that sort of thing. So it's a win-win. So when you look at the two companies coming together, what they're bringing from an AI ops perspective, but also from an observability perspective, I think it's a force multiplier, Dave.
So you think this is an example of kind of the marriage made in heaven, as opposed to the the collision of two dump trucks, the two rocks go for a swim, beginning of an integration story.
Yeah, I love that analogy, two dump trucks hitting each other. There were a lot of doubters, right? And the acquisition was longer tail than I think everyone expected. I'm not going to quote any of my analyst peers out there. I have a lot of respect for everyone that I spend time with. But there were some that were just kind of pointing to this as a share consolidation. There was too much overlap, but what they didn't understand were the true synergies. And one of the things that I learned very quickly was that from a customer standpoint, there wasn't a whole lot of overlap between Juniper and Aruba coming together. And Antonio made that quite clear when the announcement was made. I remember hearing about it on a Sunday and being briefed by Antonio and Rami on a Monday. That I think is huge. And then as you look at the portfolio, yes, there's been some overlap, there's been some rationalization. There were some DOJ stipulations that they had to divest on certain things, but when you kind of break it down and look at the core of it, very, very highly complementary. Juniper brings, for example, very strong service provider capabilities that complements what HPE is doing from a private 5G perspective. And then again, when you look at Juniper's penetration into the data center, Aruba's was relatively weak, although you could argue with the launch of the AMD Pensando top-of-rack switch, the CX10000, that was sort of the tip of the spear for Aruba to enter the data center. But when you kind of weigh all that, Dave, it's a highly complementary portfolio.
So at this stage of the game, you would rate the acquisition of Juniper as a net positive for HPE and its customers, no question.
No question. Net positive. I think, Rahim coming in to lead the HPE networking portfolio combined is huge. He's a technical person with 30 plus years of experience in the industry. He's a visionary. I mean, I want to sort, Rami, I'm not just saying this, to compliment you, but he's sort of like, from my perspective, the Steve Jobs, the networking whisperer in the industry that a lot of people maybe didn't realize because he was working for a smaller organization, less prominent than HPE. But I believe he's going to bring the innovation. He brings passion. Every time I have an opportunity to speak with him, he's just, I believe, going to be a fantastic catalyst to move the networking business further. And hey, I think at the end of the day, the industry is going to benefit from having a stronger second choice when it comes to networking infrastructure.
Yeah, that's a great point. Always good to have choice. We are going to choose to sign off here. Thank you, Will Townsend.
Thank you, Dave.
For 6.5 on the road, and for Will Townsend, I'm Dave Nicholson. Thanks for tuning in here at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. Stay tuned for more interesting content.
Six five. We're here on the road.
The 6.5 is here in the booth. What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6.5.
Daniel Newman.
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead. He is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week, bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
You're not entertained.
Welcome everyone to HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. We are here with 6.5 on the road. I'm Ryan Shrout, joined by my good friends, Will and Dave. We are going to kind of talk through some of the interesting AI-centric topics. Not that everything we haven't talked about really is kind of AI-centric, but this is really diving into kind of HPE's AI native by design mentality that they've really been talking about kind of all year. I think that theme is really interesting to me, AI native by design, something that they started talking about kind of in the March timeframe when they did their server refreshes and they put all this out into the world. But I'm curious, like, still there's this sentiment that it is different than traditional compute, right? That it's somehow fundamentally different. I tend to take the side that it's just more of high performance compute and it's just a unique workload. But I'm curious what you guys have taken away from the shows thus far. I'll let you take the compute piece, Dave, and I'm going to take the network.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, it's a never-ending question whether it's simply a quantitative difference or an actual qualitative difference for a lot of these things. Going through the question of legacy compute to AI through quantum. You know, is it really just a question of quantity or quality? I think it's interesting, designed for AI.
Yeah, AI first, not retrofitted.
AI first, designed for AI native. There's a company that I think partners with HPE out there called Unify Apps, and they talk about it from the perspective of AI nativity, and it's a very similar story. I kind of like that AI nativity phrase, but it's a similar story where what they're saying is, look, you need to organize your enterprise around data in such a way that these new models can reason over that data. Otherwise, you're going to be siloed, and all of your legacy baggage is just going to be baggage.
Sure.
So I think that HPE's strategy is a sound one, and it's a bit of a revenge of the infrastructure folks that I really enjoy.
Yeah. And what about on the networking side? So, when you talk about networking for AI, right? I mean, you've got to have very low latency, very fast throughput to move all this data around from cloud to campus to edge. And what I really like about HPE's strategy is bringing Juniper into the fold. Juniper has always been very focused on AI native networking. And you've seen the evolution of Ethernet from scale up to scale out to scale across. Their data center fabrics that are being launched as both companies come together. And this year, from my perspective, another thing that we're going to see transpire is a unified AI ops platform, and that was announced this week at Discover Barcelona, where the company is going to leverage the best of Aruba Central and the best of Juniper Mist to really strengthen what they're doing from the AI ops perspective. So from my perspective, I really like what I'm seeing from the company so far.
In the networking side, it's interesting because there's been, I think maybe over the last 12 months, a shift from a heavy focus of training as the AI workload of importance to inference as the AI workload of importance, and it puts different pressures, I guess I would say, on networking and on the queue, right? How do you think, I'll start on the networking side, does the networking have to look different now because we're doing inferencing versus training, or the emphasis rather?
So from my perspective, AI is moving hybrid. I think both of you guys would agree with this. So hybrid being, large language models hosted in clouds to smaller language models at network edges, as well as within enterprises themselves. And so you've got to think about having that consistent connectivity and throughput to support that continuum, right? Yeah. And so you're beginning to see sort of industry-wide a lot of infrastructure companies focusing on how do you bring compute closer to the data creation points, and how do you improve, connectivity as well to make all of that work. I also do believe that one of 5G's killer applications longer term, especially in OT environments, could be supporting these edge AI use cases when you don't have a wired connection.
Yep. Yeah. Anything fundamentally changing on the compute side, though, as we go from training to inference? Is it just maybe this inference can be applied to a broader range of solutions, right? So it's kind of more opportunities for the AI story to fit in.
Yes. So I think things change because inference becomes much more decentralized over time. A lot more of it will be happening at the edge. We've talked about this at length. I think the interesting talking points around network that we need to consider have to do with the fact that nearly nothing we're doing in the era of AI is sort of self-contained in maybe a server or just a cluster of a couple of servers, like it might have been in the past. So you think about running like an Oracle 9i rack.
Just highly distributed, right?
Yeah, and so there's nearly no workload that doesn't traverse this Ethernet network.
Yeah.
So in this era, whether it's inference or training, you have all of this traversing. Broadcom makes the point constantly that this is the era of connectivity.
Sure.
Connectivity is more important than it ever has been. But the other kind of underlying thing on the networking story is the fact that this is open networking in the sense that we're talking Ethernet, ultra Ethernet.
It's not InfiniBand necessarily.
It's not InfiniBand, and yes, NVIDIA has embraced the idea of we're Ethernet too. Think about that. They only do that because they feel like they have to.
Sure.
Because otherwise they would say, no, buy our whole stack.
Yeah. Because there's more margin in it for them, right?
Yeah.
And then, in InfiniBand, from my perspective, you'll probably still see that as an interconnect for, I don't know, supercomputing, predicting the weather, and that sort of thing. But when you look at what the Ultra Ethernet Consortium has done to really advance the Ethernet standard and address those things that I was just mentioning about scale up, scale out, and scale across, connecting data centers and massive clusters, it's impressive. And Ethernet has also been around for almost 50 years. I mean, think about that, guys. That's an eternity in the tech industry, right?
One of the other things that stood out to me kind of walking around the show floor is this idea of power density and cooling. You see it, its criticality and importance for all of these implementations. It's something that can be a real barrier to kind of enterprise deployment, right? Maybe you have a certain amount of power, certain amount of cooling capability in any infrastructure piece without significant capital expenditures. How do you think HP has kind of described its story around being able to populate? I mean, they showed Cray and Helios servers, right? These are ultra high-end, high-performance computing solutions, but then also you need small blades that can go in edge deployments that are, air throughput limited, cooling limited. It's pretty broad spectrum that they've been able to provide.
Yeah, I sort of think of this as akin to the air-cooled Porsche era of the 993, moving to the 996 water-cooled. And there are people who will look back and they will lament the passing of the air-cooled vehicle. But the fact of the matter is, if you have that much horsepower, you need DLC. You need direct liquid cooling. You need liquid cooling. Yeah. And I think HPE is doing a really good job of managing that transition because they offer air-cooled, water-cooled sort of hybrid moving into, and I constantly forget that they have this history, this legacy because of Cray in the most significant high-performance computing environments. Later today, we're going to talk to Trish Damkroger, who runs HPC at HPE, but it's an interesting conversation. So I think they're doing a good job of managing that transition, helping people through that. But no, biggest constraint on AI today, power.
Power.
Yep, it's crazy. They've also talked a lot about their GreenLake platform, right? And helping enterprises move from POC to production. I'm curious, how's that stance different than it was maybe a year ago on HPE's vision?
Well, so at Discover in Las Vegas.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the company launched GreenLake Intelligence, right? So this is their agentic AI framework. And Aruba is the first, sort of out of the chute, with what they're doing around orchestration and automation for networking. There wasn't a lot of talk about that evolution at this event. I do expect when we're all together in Las Vegas next year, we'll learn more about that. But for me, that's one of the biggest, changes in kind of, developing and maturing GreenLake. There's always been a NAS, like network as a service solution. Adoption has been somewhat long tail, I think just in general for networking as a service. So I do really like what I'm seeing with GreenLake Intelligence, and it speaks volumes to the fact that Aruba is sort of first out of the gate within that agentic framework.
Yeah, people want to figure out how to get real value out of AI. Well, use AI to do sophisticated automation of operational tasks, gain efficiencies there. That's going to be the biggest win for most enterprises around the globe. It's not going to be inventing something crazy that no one has seen before. It's going to be optimizing things that they're already doing.
Yep. All right, well, thanks guys for the time. I know we've got a lot of great interviews and discussions still to be had here later today. So that's it for this quick segment at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. Stay tuned for more.
Welcome to 6.5 in the booth here at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. I'm Dave Nicholson, and I'm joined by a very special guest. Introduce yourself.
I am Brad Parks. As we were talking, I actually just recently rejoined HPE as part of the Morpheus data acquisition, where I manage product and go to market and wear a lot of hats as one does at a little company.
So what's your perspective, Brad, when it comes to all things going on in sort of the virtualization world, the hybrid cloud world? What's HPE's perspective on that?
I'll give you my perspective and a little of HPE's perspective. It's been fun at Discover, this one, and then back in June, we ended up with, I think, a room of about 500 plus senior IT leaders in a packed house talking about virtualization. And my opening joke was how many people thought they'd be in a packed house talking about a problem we all thought we had solved a decade ago. And it's really a hot button issue, not because of technology, but because of economics. And so it's definitely come back around as something to solve, but really it's almost more of a distraction for a lot of people because they want to get back to thinking about a hybrid cloud operating model and where they go on that journey.
How does that fit into kind of the AI revolution? I mean, do you find yourself, I've made this joke several times with my students in the AI program that I teach. If you're a CIO and your CEO walks up to you and says, "What's our AI strategy?" and you say, "I'm going to do virtualization in a different way," well, you get fired. So is this often part of an overall strategy conversation that's looking at infrastructure from a variety of ways, or are these conversations still driven from the virtualization conversation up?
I think there's two parts. Back to money, a lot of things come down to money. It's a math equation. I think there's very run rate virtualization conversations that are due to cost, right? Vendor landscape changes, your costs go up. It's hard to invest money in AI and other initiatives if your core infrastructure costs went up by 3 or 4x. So there's a very tactical, how do I find more money in my IT budget that is down in the virtualization layer? But kind of upstack, digital transformation, whatever you want to call it, right, has been really a failed initiative for a lot of companies because they haven't gotten to that, what I call cloud operating model, right? The ability for IT to be an internal service provider, to fully automate and orchestrate how internal teams can provision workloads, take advantage of new technologies. That, I think, is a precursor to being successful in AI, in next-gen applications. So I think a lot of it gets back to how do we think about workloads differently? How do we think about the role of IT differently? And what is the kind of the tooling that helps IT get out of its own way so that the business can go back to focusing on what it does well?
And you talk about a cloud operating model. That operating model doesn't depend upon what some people would call cloud native.
Absolutely not.
So it's an interesting idea because I think you'd agree that if, I don't know if it's 5 years ago, 7 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever it is, we may have looked into the future and underestimated the stickiness of good old-fashioned virtualization and the kinds of applications that are supported there.
For sure.
Is that a fair statement?
I mean, old technologies never die. They just pile up at the bottom of the escalator, and there is going to be, bare metal and virtualized workloads, forever. Net new things are certainly going to find their way to new application formats, but there are ways to help, what they call it, legacy, traditional, or just things that work, right? Work better, work faster. And so the cloud operating model to me is it's about being able to deploy workloads faster in a much more efficient way, with all the right guardrails. That transcends application format. It's really about, again, that operating model, right?
So the last traditional VM will be decommissioned the day after the last SAN is unplugged, which will happen the day after the last mainframe is turned off.
Probably shortly after the last tape drive,
Right,
probably
really.
comes off of a shelf. So yeah, it's all here to stay.
But you're saying that from your perspective, that cloud operating model extends beyond what we would think of as traditional VMs into like the Kubernetes space.
Yeah. I think one of the things we've certainly noticed are people are using this inflection point or forcing function of what do I do about my VMware contract, my virtualization costs, as really a way to rethink their application architecture and their landscape in general. And one of the things we've seen as a result is the world is getting more heterogeneous, not less. So you've got some stuff on VMs on VMware. You've got some stuff replatforming potentially to another hypervisor. In parallel, are we accelerating or changing our relationship between VMs and containers? Then you've got on-prem and public cloud, so you've got kind of more apps running on more formats in more places, yet kind of the incremental investment in resources and skills is disproportionate, which kind of comes back to, all right, how do I orchestrate, automate, and make that a seamless, surface area without having to context switch between all of these different stacks? And that's really what Morpheus is all about, is helping to create that frictionless surface area for IT to kind of focus on workloads and not all of the underlying complexity.
So if you're a CIO or a CTO, you face a never-ending dilemma, and we talk about this in terms of ambidextrous management. With the left hand, you're running the business. With the right hand, you're changing the business. You're keeping the lights on, you're innovating. But you have finite budget to do this, finite time, infinite demands on you. Someone says, I want you to formulate an AI strategy. Well, where's that money going to come from? Are you in the business of optimizing infrastructure in a way that can free up capital for those novel projects? Do you see it that way? Is that a reasonable argument to make when approaching this?
There's probably two sides of it. It's money and time, right? And where we fit as a platform technology is to solve for both, right? If we agree that you're not getting incremental time and money, but yet you're being asked to do more things, you've got to find both somewhere. So as a workload orchestration platform, we're going to help take time out of the equation, right? If I can empower my data analysts, my internal project teams to get resources on demand and avoid 5 different teams turning wrenches and taking 2 weeks to provision applications, well, it's gonna give me time back. At the same measure, if we can use that infrastructure more effectively, keep people in guardrails from having to over-provision things, constantly right-size, find the right landing zone for the right workloads, that's going to get down to money. So I think if we can, as a platform company, as HPE, help organizations be both more effective and more efficient, then I think we've won.
Give me some more detail on what you mean by VM essentials in this conversation. What's that all about?
For sure. So when HPE did the acquisition of Morpheus Data, right, we had traditionally played in very large enterprises as well as service providers as that orchestration layer that would essentially turn VMware, Nutanix, Microsoft, other hypervisors, other Kubernetes clusters into a true private cloud with self-service, with guardrails, with FinOps, all of that advanced functionality. But over the years, we always used technologies like KVM as just an internal sandbox for us to rough out concepts before we would apply those to those production commercial hypervisors. Well, obviously the economics in the virtualization landscape changed a couple of years ago. So we had a lot of big customers saying, hey, we know you guys have been in this KVM world for a long time. Can we use that as a production-ready landing zone for workloads? So over the last couple of years, we actually did a lot of investment in our KVM stack to add things like resource scheduling, live migration, snapshots, backup, high availability, affinity rules, all of the things you'd expect from a landing zone for virtualized workloads. With the acquisition by HPE, they saw that opportunity. So we took what was Morpheus and we essentially split it into two products in the family. Morpheus VM Essentials, think of it as baby Morpheus, will let you do VM vending and provisioning for both VMware workloads and our built-in KVM stack. So you can, over time, decide how you want to maximize where workloads live. So that's Morpheus VM Essentials. Morpheus Enterprise does a lot of upstack capabilities, so things like orchestration, policy management, FinOps. So kind of similar to where you might think of a VMware vSphere Enterprise versus VCF. Like one's a superset of the other. In our case, they're both part of the same software stack, just optimized for different use cases.
Is there a sweet spot in the market? Let's say someone is watching this right now and they have N number of virtual machines under management, and maybe they think that in a move, let's say that 5 or 10% of those might be retired or refactored or replatformed. What is there a number where it's like, if your neighbor said to you, I have 500 VMs, 5,000 VMs, 25,000 VMs, is there a sweet spot where you would immediately say, look, it's the classic, this is going to pay for itself. You really need to do this.
Yeah, I think the inflection point for us is kind of sub that 500 measure. That's where the essentials kind of package really plays. That's where, the costs have gone up. People are potentially being pushed into suites of software where it has feature function they don't need. Essentials is right there. More than 500, you're starting to get into Morpheus Enterprise territory. That's where we see the gap between the aspirations of the business and the investments in IT have kind of gotten disproportionate. So you really need that advanced automation and orchestration. So kind of by scale of business, but honestly, I've never met any vendor that doesn't have an ROI calculator that shows 10,000, we've all
right
that trope, but the time savings alone and just getting away from human middleware, the networking guy has to do their bit, and then the VM admin, and then the backup admin, and the storage admin. If you can actually go from what I call a software-defined data center, where you have a lot of tools that all have APIs, but you still have humans doing a fair amount of the work. If you can take the humans out of the equation, it pays for itself extremely fast.
So Brad, you've been on both sides of the acquisition equation before. I know that you were involved in acquisitions of storage companies in the past, and then as part of Morpheus, you were acquired.
I think I'm getting my punishment for having been on the other side.
You get to be on the other side of the table. So I want to hear about that experience from your perspective, but the burning question is, has it gone over like a ton of bricks, like the proverbial lead balloon, or has the
It's more Led Zeppelin. It's really rock.
Is it more Led Zeppelin?
Yes.
More Led Zeppelin than lead balloon.
Yes.
Perfect. So tell me about
I think
what's your experience been?
Acquisitions a lot of times look good on paper, like that's going to cover a part of the landscape, but oftentimes it's hard to do the technical work. I think one of the advantages we've had here is we were actually co-engineering with HPE for the last 5 years pre-acquisition, and as a platform framework, it's been really exciting to see how quickly we've kind of threaded this Morpheus technology throughout HPE's portfolio. A couple of good examples. Not only did we launch the Essentials flavor of Morpheus, that is now the standard control plane inside HPE's engineered private cloud systems, like Private Cloud Business Edition, Private Cloud AI. So that's one good proof point. One of the others, actually on the flip side, Juniper, right? We just recently closed that. At this show this week, we've already announced the integration of their software-defined networking technology inside our KVM stack. So just like you have NSX inside the VMware stack, we now have a Juniper-powered SDN inside our KVM stack. So the integration points just in the first 9 months have been phenomenal, so very exciting.
So I want to make sure I heard that right. There was kind of co-development work, working hand in hand between Morpheus and HPE long before the acquisition took place. So this was not one of those acquisitions that we have seen many times that was in response to Wall Street raising an objection. Well, we better go out and find someone to buy.
They've been on this journey actually. Hang Tan, who I've known for a while on the COO side at HPE, we were talking a couple of years ago that a lot of the large OEM hardware providers and systems integrators were already using Morpheus to help stand up private and hybrid cloud businesses. Those same providers were also using OpsRamp actually as a observability platform. This was before HPE had acquired either Morpheus or OpsRamp. So the fact that we're now under the same tent with the same engineering team, all as part of HPE, was definitely not accidental. There's been a few-year journey with some very strategic investments, and now we're kind of rapidly seeing the fruition of that in things like the Cloud Ops suite, and as I mentioned, some of these integrations of things like Juniper.
So final question for you. What's the sort of state of the landscape when it comes to what people are actually doing in a hybrid fashion? We used to talk about, at the dawn of the age of hybrid cloud, we talked about, well, it's the last day of the month.
Yeah.
Spin up VMs,
rent the space,
off-prem, rent the space, pull it back, move it, cloud bursting, all of these ideas. And then we realized that data had a certain gravity associated with it. As a practical matter, what are people really doing? Because going back to that, the change that's happened in the marketplace, one of the interesting things about that hybrid cloud story was how much it was tied to embracing a certain networking technology that most people, frankly, never adopted. So where are we with that? When you say hybrid cloud, what's really being used?
Yeah, it's like being in this hybrid landscape. You're right. People want to have dreams about moving workloads around to shave, dollars off of their cloud spend or what they're doing on-prem. But just like there's data gravity, there's application gravity. Teams have an affinity for a certain tool stack or a certain landing zone. Some of the analogy I use often is leaves, trees, and forests, right? There are certain projects, applications that live in a certain stack for a good reason, whether that's access to services, skills within an application team. But if I look at a large enterprise, you end up with a VMware-based hypervisor stack, an OpenShift-based Kubernetes stack. We just did an M&A, and that team really loves GCP or AWS. Hybrid cloud's an inevitability more than a strategy for most large enterprises, and the more you can start thinking about some things horizontally, like provisioning, like governance, like financial accountability, these should not be stack dependent. So managing those in a way that lets individual application teams, where that data sits, continue to play in their world, but you're not having added overhead for everything being duplicated across all of those stacks. So we see that more as a business outcome versus moving whole workloads around simply for some presumed cost efficiency. That's less relevant in a real hybrid cloud, but it's thinking horizontally about more activities and making the underlying runtime irrelevant, making the underlying networking stack less relevant. I should be able to, as an enterprise, change my hypervisor decision or change my automation tool decision without having to do 12 months of engineering effort. It should become a non-event.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. Brad Parks, HPE, absolute pleasure. I have to say, sometimes a very simple statement, something that sounds simple, can only exist because of the deep expertise that exists in the person who says it. I absolutely love this idea that hybrid cloud is an inevitability and not a strategy. I will attribute that to Brad Parks.
Nice.
I will attribute it. I will give you attribution, but that's absolutely brilliant because it encapsulates a lot of truth. For 6.5 on the road, I'm Dave Nicholson. Thanks for joining us here at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. Stay tuned for more content.
This is 6'5".
6'5". 6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5". 6'5".
We're here on the road.
The 6'5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman.
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead. He is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week, bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
You're not entertained.
Hi, this is 6.5 Media on the road. We're at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025, and we're having a conversation with Intel and HPE. I'm joined by my partner in crime, Ryan, and let's kick things off. And John, I'd love to start with you. Now, I know HPE launched the ProLiant Gen 12 compute platform in March of this year. What's really unique about that solution?
You know, a lot of things that we've done differently this time around, and we always try to come out with a few key points so that our customers can kind of distill this down. For us in Gen 12, it was about three things. It was about security, which we believe we've got some very unique value propositions versus others in the industry. It was about performance optimization, obviously, and partners like Intel really helped to drive that with us. And then it's really about simplicity of management and automation, bringing in more AI features and that type of value to our customers through the cloud as we move forward.
Awesome.
Justin, the Xeon 6 processor platform kind of powers the majority of that ProLiant Gen 12 platform. I'm curious, what are the kind of the key features of it that either help HPE kind of deliver on those three key promises? Is it about performance? Is it about security? Is it core count? What stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the benefits that John highlighted in the ProLiant Gen 12 servers are features that have been enabled within the silicon. And the latest Xeon processors have been optimized for the best head node when you're running AI training or large-scale inferencing. So we've optimized the performance of the cores, the number of the cores, the I/O, so that we have the best performing CPU when you're running it with a GPU. We've also built some of those enhancements into the silicon itself. So when you're buying an Intel Xeon 6 processor, you're getting accelerators for security. You're getting accelerators for AI inference. And here at the show, we've got some of the ISV partners who have taken advantage of those features and are showcasing how you can actually encrypt your data in new ways because they're able to take advantage of those features available in the Gen 12 servers.
Yeah, so Justin, you touched on AI accelerators for inferencing. How do customers benefit from that?
This is one of the things that personally I'm most excited about. We've worked really closely with the ISV ecosystem that develops applications. A lot of times they're training their models on GPU and for large deployments still doing the inferencing on GPU. But with the combination of the AI accelerators in the Xeon 6 processors, as well as tools like OpenVINO, we've really enabled a lot of those workloads to run on a processor. And there's a lot of reasons people would want to do this. Cost is a big reason.
In power, right?
Power, reliability, form factor considerations if you're putting it, on a retail shelf, for example.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of reasons people do this, and with a Xeon processor, you can actually have an up to 70 billion parameter model running inferencing on that CPU, and we've enabled that to run on core processors inside of your PC, as well as ARM.
I do think there are a lot of instances where customers are finding that they can run the AI inference that they need to run on the Xeon platforms, on these HPE servers, without the need for kind of massive GPU deployments and still be very effective on it. I wanted to ask you about the Gen 12 security features, kind of what the focuses are there. We've done a lot of work at Signal 65, kind of looking at ILO 7 and some of the ops management side of things. Give me your input on kind of what makes the Gen 12 iteration different or improved.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite topics to talk about, actually. I really like talking through the security architecture because most people don't get the difference. They hear things like hardware root of trust, and you've probably heard that from every vendor that makes a server out there at this point, right? Every ASIC you see has some sort of secure root of trust, hardware root of trust. But what does that really mean for customers? It's kind of gotten muddied over the years. And we were the first ones in the market 6-7 years ago to launch that concept. And we still do it uniquely versus other vendors out there because we're actually the only server manufacturer today that designs and manufactures their own BMC. So when you are creating that ASIC design yourself to partner with your server, you can do some unique things. So every year, if you go to any of the security conferences around the world, Black Hat, those type of things, you tend to hear issues with things like bootloader vulnerabilities. Well, we don't suffer from those because we can actually guarantee security as soon as power touches that board because we've integrated those two components together. Now, while there's a lot of great features coming from off-the-shelf BMCs, and they can do a lot of other things very well, they can't do that because they're not built to integrate specifically together. So from that foundational layer, if your root of trust is really meant to be that foundation that you chain from as you go up, if you can't secure that first step, then what's the point? So that's the big thing that I like to start with. We moved beyond that with ILO 7 with a couple of cool new things. So we've introduced something called a secure enclave. And think of this almost as a vault inside of ILO itself, where we secure things like passwords, encryption keys, all those secrets that you don't want anybody to get. And this technology has actually allowed us to go and pursue the requirements needed for the US government's FIPS 140-3 Level 3 requirement, which is a very, very stringent physical requirement. And if you think about, you hear customers talk about things like chip clip attacks, where somebody can buy a $20 part off of Amazon and all of a sudden they can pull passwords out of your system.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of people say nobody's getting into my data center to do that, right? Nobody's breaking into my secure facility. It's not really the threat. The threat is buying the server completely legitimately, right? Buying it from a distributor, from us, whatever it may be, and then taking those passwords out and using those passwords to attack a customer. So with the secure enclave, that's no longer possible. That is physically protected from the outside. There's no ability to pull those passwords out. So a couple of very cool new things. We're also the first in the industry to present quantum-resistant firmware, PQC.
Yeah.
Yep. So a lot of government standards all over the world starting to require that. And we know that not only are people buying servers now that, of course, they'll still be using in 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But also bad actors out there are collecting credentials today to decrypt later. So this is a threat today. So we've already started to put those protections in place for customers. A lot of cool things.
I also wanted to ask about like the ops management side. There's, one of the things we found in looking at the software is the simplicity of scaling from like 1, 2, 3 servers up to hundreds and thousands of devices, and that works extremely well in our evaluations. And also, like, there's some unique capabilities like carbon tracking and kind of looking at things from a more eco-friendly standpoint too.
Yeah. So Compute Ops Management is our cloud-based SaaS management tool we launched 3 or 4 years ago. It works with all of our ProLiant servers. Even more than that, you can now manage and monitor many third-party servers from our competitors. So customers out there typically don't buy just us. They've got multiple vendors, and we give them that visibility. But you're right, we offer a number of features on there, whether it's just firmware upgrading, which we dramatically simplify, or things like security dashboards and policies that can now be managed directly from the cloud across your environment all over the world. We've got secure workflow tracking, so you can make sure that the right people are signing off on the right tasks. And then things for sustainability, carbon footprint tracking, power predictability, all of those type of tools that really allow our customers to hit some of the goals that they have with their corporate offices and make sure that they're following all the compliance rules that they need to.
Great. Well, as we wrap the conversation up, Justin, I'd like to get your perspective on the partnership with HPE and how is that transforming data center refresh cycles?
Well, first of all, we have an amazing partnership, decades-long partnership. We engineer some of the best technology in the world together. We also partner in how we bring that to market. I think John did an excellent job highlighting some of the foundational benefits around security, manageability. These are critical considerations when you're purchasing. We often talk about performance, and with Gen 12 and Xeon 6, we're talking about the best performance in the market. But I also think we're talking about some of the best total cost of ownership. There's a great story that HPE likes to tell around server consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
Taking your Gen 10 servers and 6 or 7 to 1 consolidation, even more if you look back further. Not only does that reduce your upfront cost relative to purchasing that equipment, but the energy consumption of running that, of managing it, securing it.
The OPEX savings are huge, right?
Yeah, and I think the sustainability story is one that we don't talk about enough because not only is it less raw materials, but that lower energy consumption, especially in today's environment, is really important. So we're really excited, not just about the partnership, but I think about Gen 12 and the launch. It really provides customers with something that, from a value perspective, I think is generational. So we're excited.
Yeah. Anything else to add there, John?
No, I mean, the partnership with Intel has always been great. We really get to work quite a bit with Justin's team to make sure that we're doing everything we can for our joint customers. It's been a great ride here with Gen 12, so really excited to keep working with you guys.
Yeah, and the best is yet to come, I'm sure, right?
And we'll keep doing it.
Well, hey guys, thanks for taking the time to speak with Ryan and I. It's been really enlightening. And I just want to thank our viewers for tuning in. This is 6.5 Media on the road at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. Stay tuned for more great content.
6'5".
6'5". 6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5". We're here on the road.
The 6'5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman. Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week, bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
You're not entertained.
This is 6.5 on the road. We are live at HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. And in this session, we're going to be talking about HPE and Microsoft's relationship. Wendy, it's so great to talk to you today.
Well, Will, thanks for having me. It is fantastic to be here. It's been a great week.
Awesome. Well, so I understand that you have the global responsibility for the partnership with HPE, and I'm sure you have a lot of insight into how both companies complement each other. So maybe let's start with there. From an end-to-end solution perspective, where do you see the synergy between both companies?
Well, perhaps I'm biased, but I think we complement each other incredibly well. And part of that's just because the fact we've built this relationship and nurtured it and evolved it over the last 30 plus years.
Sure.
So today, when I think about our partnership, we're just so focused on what we need to deliver to customers and what they need most. And frankly, in our view, that is end-to-end solutions that modernize infrastructure and accelerate their transformation. I mean, it really is that focused and that, I want to say simple, but you know how complex that becomes.
Yeah.
And second, I would just want to highlight our approach. And our approach is clear. We combine Microsoft's trusted cloud platform with HPE's leading infrastructure solutions. And what that does is it enables customers to seamlessly bridge their on-prem and their hybrid environments. Third, our partnership, it is powerful. And again, maybe I'm biased, but part of the power is that we're focused on solutions, but first and foremost, we're focused on keeping the customer at the center.
Sure.
And when we do that, it enables us to solve the very complex challenges that we're faced with together in the market and that our customers are looking to solve. But we also do that by leveraging our deep expertise, our global reach, and our shared innovation and our vision for success.
Yeah, I love that. Now, Microsoft partners with a lot of OEMs, right? So is there anything unique about the relationship with HPE that you can point to?
Well, I think so, but again, first and foremost, our collaboration is helping customers to accelerate their digital transformation and that journey.
Yeah.
And we do that by leveraging Azure Local and HPE's cloud and edge solutions to empower the organizations. And what they're working to do is deploy secure, AI-powered applications wherever the customer data resides.
Sure.
We know cloud, edge, increasingly hybrid, and it's the flexibility. And so HPE's robust, incredibly robust portfolio gives customers choice, and that flexibility is crucial for industries, whether it be retail, manufacturing, healthcare. They're leveraging those real-time insights and the power of HPE and their portfolio to bring success and just continue to drive the innovation in the market.
Yeah, modern AI is so exciting. I've lived through, the public internet, I'm sure you have as well, cloud computing, and now we have this platform that is transforming so many industries, and you touched on, several there. I'm wondering, could you provide an example of a joint HPE Microsoft solution that's accelerated digital transformation and driven like a positive business outcome?
Yeah, well, I do want to just touch on a few of the industries again.
Sure.
So we see great opportunities in retail.
Yeah.
We have manufacturers today that are using the joint solutions to monitor and optimize their production lines in real time. With healthcare, we're seeing providers are securely processing patient data at the edge, and that's providing faster, more personalized care. And those are truly tangible outcomes.
Yeah.
And they highlight how the combined strengths are delivering more measurable value for customers, and again, accelerating their transformation.
Yeah. So, can you provide a specific example?
Oh,
that's publicly shareable?
Yeah, well, I won't name names.
Okay.
But let me go back to retail because we together we have a tremendous global win that HPE is still deploying, but they are out of Australia. So when I think about retail, specifically the hybrid edge solutions are helping customers, and this particular customer has transformed their operations and enhanced their shopper experience. And they're doing that by delivering AI-powered analytics at the edge, and the retailer can now analyze foot traffic, they can optimize and monitor inventory levels, and even deliver personalized promotions in real time. And it's through those real-time monitoring and with the edge and cloud solutions they can also more effectively identify risks. They can prevent loss. And it's just ensuring that that operational efficiency that we believe is so powerful. And that first very large global retail win that we've had with HPE was the first of another that we're in earlier stages of deploying, but I'll let them share their customer names.
Sure.
But again, when we think about the capabilities, it's not just the operational efficiency, but it's also going back to the customer. And it's how we're enabling retailers to respond to changing customer and consumer preferences, which in this world and the rapid innovation, we know that does change rapidly. It also addresses security, and then going back to customer loyalty and preferences, and how the solutions can enable faster, more data-driven decisions in store, in market.
Yeah, you know, I love the fact that you're helping facilitate that online hyper-personalized experience and bringing that into brick and mortar, because that's been a big challenge, right? I mean, when you look at, you know, the Amazons of the world and the Walmart.coms of the world, customers want that same sort of customer experience in a retail location, right?
I mean, when I go to the store, that's what I'm expecting. If I'm going to take my time and go to the store, I want that same type of personalized, fast experience that I feel I can have if I've just stayed home.
Yeah, no, I love it. Well, so you touched on cloud, and obviously Microsoft with Azure, you're doing great things there, but I'm wondering from your perspective, how does hybrid cloud, edge compute, and the channel play a role in enabling AI-powered innovation?
Well, it's great, and you know, certainly both organizations have a huge affinity and loyalty for the channel, and it's because they play such a pivotal role in this journey. And the more complex and the more global in scale that deployments are, we see the more partners, and the more we need to leverage the ecosystem. And frankly, customers want choice. They want a choice in who they partner with. They want choice of who they deploy with and support. So we are both just very committed to enabling partnerships worldwide, and we do that through, you know, strong tools, tech enablement, resources, also deployment support. But that is all required to deliver the fully integrated solutions.
Table stakes, right?
I absolutely agree. So my call to action for a channel partner would be, you know, now is the time to engage with us. You know, we have had tremendous momentum with HPE. We see that only accelerating, and certainly some of the announcements this week just continue to unlock new opportunities. I think the opportunity for channel partners is so strong with Microsoft and HPE together.
I love it. And with Juniper coming together with HPE, I think it just strengthens the overall value proposition, not only from what you're doing with the company, but just overall for the channel as well. Provides, you know, more selling opportunity, more opportunities to monetize what they do best.
Well, and I'm excited for HPE because I think it just continues to differentiate them and strengthens their value prop in the market.
Yeah, I love it. Well, as we wind up our conversation, what excites you the most about the innovation potential longer term with HPE?
Well, I would say, you know, overall, I'm just incredibly excited about the innovation and the partnership between us. And it's because, you know, we're not just responding to today's challenges, we're looking out to the future. We're looking out around the corner about how we can continue to shape and anticipate the pain points and bring new solutions to market. You know, we see it every day. We have seen it this week. HPE has an incredibly robust portfolio, and that's true full stack. They can address AI, modernization, virtualization across compute, storage, networking, and their professional services. Truly, I just view our partnership is stronger than ever, but it is because HPE has been so aggressive in leaning into their innovation, and they are uniquely positioned in the ecosystem. This week at Discover, again, you touched on it. The incremental product announcements, where they've gone and just leapfrogged with networking. I've seen it in the showcase, in the keynotes, in the sessions. Frankly, our partner meetings and customer engagements have just been full stop excitement this week. And for me, when I just reflect on, like, what does that all mean? It has underscored that there's tremendous opportunity for transformation at the edge. And together, we're positioned that with partners to go and not just build, but deploy and deliver these important innovations for customers around the world.
Yeah, and I think Antonio really punctuated your thoughts there during the keynote when he said, the theme for this year's event here in Barcelona is discover what's next, right?
Yeah.
And the only way that you can do that is with a partner ecosystem, and certainly the work that you're doing with HPE proves that very point.
Yep.
So Wendy, thanks for taking time today.
Yes.
I've really enjoyed our conversation.
Excellent. Will, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
You too.
Thanks.
And that's 6.5 live from Barcelona, HPE Discover 2025. Stay tuned for more exciting content coming your way.
Six five.
Six five. Six five.
Six five.
Six five.
Six five.
Six five. Six five.
We're here on the road.
The 6.5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6.5.
Daniel Newman.
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead. He is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
You're not entertained.
6'5",
6'5", 6'5",
6'5",
6'5",
6'5",
6'5", 6'5".
We're here on the road.
The 6'5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman. Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Not entertained.
Welcome back to HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. I'm here with my sidekick, Ryan Shrout. Not sure what he does, but he's my sidekick. Good to see you, Ryan.
Thanks for having me. Yes, yeah.
But the really interesting folks at the table are not Ryan nor me. We have Trish Damkroger from HPE and Safi Fishoff from AMD. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Trish, you've done a lot of cool stuff with AMD.
We do.
You know, not the least of which, but one of the big ones is the #1 leader in high performance computing, El Capitan, and all sorts of other stuff. But talk about how you're leveraging those things that you've engineered together to scale AI into the future.
Yeah, so I mean, not only #1, we also have #2 together with Frontier at Oak Ridge National Lab. And I mean, that partnership has been for years that we've been working together, and it just continues to grow with some of our announcements we made this week at Discover. Can I talk about that?
You sure can.
Ooh, good, okay. So we announced Helios together. So we're gonna be one of the first suppliers of Helios. And it's exciting because we're also bringing in our Juniper as in our scale-up switch as part of the Helios infrastructure with Broadcom. So it's a great partnership, and this is just one of the things as we go towards liquid cooling, dense racks, you know, doing big, important things.
Yeah, it's an impressive system up right at the front of the show floor. We got to take a look at it.
It's been the highlight of, I've seen a lot of people taking photos with that
Yes,
platform.
it is pretty impressive.
It is,
yes.
it is. Safi, I'm curious from an AMD perspective, as you look at you know, what currently exists in the market, what you've announced here and you're talking about, what are these innovations and technologies that AMD is bringing to the table that is really helping drive, you know, this success in the top 500 list, these successes going forward in these new sovereign deployments? What's the AMD vision for this?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you, Trish, and to HPE for being our longtime partner in HPC and compute and AI. Just generally, the partnership, as you said, it's been going on for a long time, and the results speak for themselves. #1, #2, and something like 6 of the top 10.
Yes.
The further you go, the more machines you find of AMD and HPE partnering together. But our vision really, I mean, Trish mentioned Helios, which is AMD's rack scale reference design, the first one built on fully open standards. And our belief is that having an open ecosystem is better for the community, and it's better for customers, and it's better for the industry overall. And as Trish said, yesterday, Rami on stage here announced that HPE is going to be building the world's first scale-up Ethernet switch built fully on open standards. It's going to be HPE's hardware and software. And so this ecosystem we're building, which I'm sure we'll get to Lux in a second, is just expanding. Broadcom's Tomahawk 6 is in it. HPE will be bringing the scale-up switch, and they'll be part of the reference design on the compute side as well. And OCI at Lux has been announced as our partner. So more people are contributing. So our vision, I think if I could summarize it, is all of us are smarter than any one of us in this space.
Do you feel like the openness of kind of this partnership that you have and kind of the designs that AMD goes with as well lead to more acceptance in kind of these sovereign government integrations? Is that an important piece for them too?
It's a good question, and sovereign, you know, in all the meetings I've been in here has continued to come up. We had a session this morning on defense and security and some other topics, and you know, when you have an open standard, it means that the people that are using the data, you know, if you talk about security, you have data in motion, you have networking security, you have data at rest that needs to be encrypted, and now there's also data in use. And that was a place where there was, let's say, not as much openness, and as a result, you could imagine it was not as comfortable for certain entities or organizations on the sovereign side to go with these closed ecosystems. So now contrast that with being able to open that up and saying, hey, we're going to bring those folks who want to build a sovereign system into the conversation. Hey, contribute your security piece to this. Let's make you feel comfortable. We believe together with HPE that that's going to accelerate the adoption of these machines even more quickly from a sovereign perspective.
Yeah. So big news over the last couple of weeks. It was in the form of an executive order in the US. It was revealed that, you know, we're undertaking sort of the next Manhattan Project, if you will, you know, the Genesis mission. And we've recently learned that HPE and AMD are going to be part of building out some of these systems in our national labs, and not just in the US, but we're talking about sovereign systems in Europe. It's a big deal. So the first question I have for you, is who's the person who thinks it's a good idea to let you near a national lab? They're going to steal you away.
Oh,
they're going to take you back.
I think they've tried that already.
They're going to steal you away.
No, I'm having too much fun. I'm
Okay.
not going to go back.
But tell us about what's going on there in terms of what you can share about the role that AMD and HPE are playing in this kind of mission to the future for AI.
Yeah, so I mean, there was 2 systems announced at GTC in Washington, D.C. One was the Discovery system at Oak Ridge, which is that follow-on to Frontier. So this is more in our traditional space. It's going to do HPC and AI. The convergence of HPC and AI has happened, and that's just part of what we do every day, our bread and butter. But the other really interesting was the Lux system, which is a public-private partnership that AMD, I mean, I have to give Lisa Su and the AMD a lot of credit for really driving. They've asked us to provide the infrastructure for the Lux system to OCI. So it's as you say, it's broadening our partners as we're delivering to the nation what is needed, this critical AI infrastructure.
Beyond just these supercomputer announcements, I think are super exciting. No pun intended.
They're really
right?
cool.
And are kind of massive. You also announced this week the XD685, I believe, right? So it's a platform for these large-scale kind of AI training, HPC type workloads. I'm curious if you could talk about how that platform, what kind of markets does it address? How is it different or similar to what we've talked about with Lux and other platforms?
So, I mean, Lux is based on the XD685. So it is going to be part of that with the MI355X. And I'll let you talk about all your amazing tech. It's got the AMD CPU and GPU that's going to be delivered. And that's an 8-way system. Not so versus these rack scale, this is your more typical put into your 19-inch rack with the different systems. But liquid cooled, you got to do the liquid cooling because you're going to want these systems. I mean, you've only got so much space and so much power. So it's got that. So yes, we announced, we released the XD685 the beginning of this year, and we've just continued to deliver it. I mean, it also has the MI300A, or sorry, 300X in there. Yes, so both aired and liquid cooled. So it's just a continual innovation along that way. So with the 8-way to the rack scale with Helios.
Very cool. Very cool. I mean, anything in terms of those technologies that are in that platform? I mean, I'm very curious, again, outside of these kind of massive large-scale deployments, how a platform like this, as an 8-way solution, is useful for moderate-sized enterprises, I guess I would say, and allows them to scale as well.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, just to build on what Trish said, I mean, I completely agree, and even like taking a step back, I think the Lux machine is an example of this public-private partnership that you touched on. I mean, a lot of the larger supercomputers take many years to deploy. Yeah, that's right. And Lux really just came as an idea relatively recently and was announced and will be deployed very quickly. So I think it's a great example of how a public-private partnership can end up accelerating things like deployment times and then times to being able to access these machines. And Lux in particular will be partly open and partly closed, partly for government use, partly for scientific use. So it's in some ways a hybrid machine, but it's a nice bridge for those moderate-sized organizations who are trying to figure out what do they want to do from an AI perspective. What we've seen is the largest companies have so far been the fastest to adopt a lot of the AI technology, but the smaller ones are still trying to figure it out. So I think there was an announcement a couple of days ago, maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, 90 to 95% of AI POCs fail to meet their initial objectives, which is great. To me, that's good news because it means folks are trying stuff out, they're failing fast, and they're continuing to move forward. So the learning is accelerated, and these types of POCs are the things that can be run on Lux, on the XD685, because it is the most advanced technology now. It's got the latest AMD GPUs, it's got the latest AMD CPUs, our Turin CPUs, it's got the latest AMD networking technology on Pensando. So now, because it's a public-private partnership, a lot of these entities you talked about, these mid-sized companies, are going to have access to it. And once those POCs get traction and start taking off, because I do believe we're kind of early in the AI revolution, let's call it, once folks have a better feeling for what they want to do, they can go out and buy any number of XT685s or other platforms from HPE to help their business achieve their objectives, which is really what this is all about.
I love your perspective on that MIT study that you're
I was going to say the MIT study, but
so
we
many
have some
people.
other studies. Wharton just came out with a new study that
Yeah.
isn't as dim.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to Venmo you for the Wharton comment there.
Okay.
But yeah, so exactly, and things look a lot rosier, but your assessment of that is very optimistic. But yeah, and the Wharton survey showing people kind of coming out of the fear of missing out phase to the actual implementation and execution phase, kind of inadvertently, this public-private partnership has shown the world how HPE and AMD together can accelerate time to value, which is what people are.
That's the most important thing.
So
right?
building sort of prepackaged systems that you know work. That's one thing that you're doing for the time to value question. But what are some of the other things that HPE does to help people in that execution phase that we all see is happening going into 2026?
Right. I mean, some of the important things is bringing in deployment and our services. So we've been doing this for 50 years. In fact, Cray is 50 years old. And so being able to set up these large systems quickly, so we're deploying, installing, and then service them, keeping them up, because you need to keep them up to run the models, right? And so I think HPE is well known as a leader in this space because we've had so much experience doing that. But then we also have a software stack that we work on to make sure that it's a curated stack. You can work in data management is also one of the key things in getting your AI pilots to work, having mature data. So it's not garbage in, garbage out for your model. It's the infrastructure, and that's where we work together to make sure that. And then we find the third thing that's really important to be successful in AI is a clear strategy. Some of the things is you say 95% didn't work or whatever the number is. A lot of times when you ask them what does success look like, they kind of give you that deer in the headlights. Like, well, I was supposed to do an AI pilot,
Right.
So it's just getting a little bit more mature on that whole AI process and the steps that it takes.
Yeah. So Safi, how should people think about AMD's role in this? You could, just complete reductionism would be like AMD, okay, here it is. I need 8 of them. That's not a complete thing in and of itself. So how do you see AMD's role in that decreasing time to value equation?
I mean, so part of it is figuring out the right partners, because as this technology continues to grow, more people will be able to bring more things to customers to accelerate time to value. We have to look at the ISVs we're working with. We have to look at the hardware partners like HPE that we're working with, things like government entities. We're a founding member of the Ultra Ethernet Consortium, of UA-Link, all these sorts of things that bring in the sharpest minds in the industry. We have Broadcom in there and many others. So in terms of time to value, I mean, imagine the number of companies that are now engaged on solving this problem has just grown exponentially. So as the silicon provider, our role is to build out the hardware and provide things like reference designs like Helios that we're doing to make sure that the best people can come in and do what they do best on what we do best.
And also give AMD a lot of credit for accelerating its software development cadence with things like ROCm that have drastically improved time to market, time to value, even in our own testing, right, that we've seen internally.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, historically, that's an area that we've needed to improve, and we've doubled down. We've made quite a few acquisitions in that space, and that's also helped accelerate our cadence on that. So thank you for recognizing that, and we're proud of the progress that we've made so far. I had a question for you, Trish. I had heard that HPE is like the 3rd largest data center services company in the world. Is that right?
Yes, we are.
I did not know that. So I didn't realize that was such a huge part of
it.
It
is a big part, and it's been part of the business for decades. I think like 15 years. So maybe not decades, but longer than a decade. And yes, they came out with the AI Mod Pod as the marketing term, which makes me think 70s. I'm kind of wearing that genre, so maybe I'm living the part.
Did you think they just dropped crates off at loading docks?
Well, there's a lot of hardware suppliers in the data center business, and there's a lot of service providers. But I think when people think of HPE, mostly they think of hardware.
They do. That's right.
They don't think of like HPE being a data center services company.
Well,
but they're
we
huge.
want to do the full system, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's that time to science, time to value. So deploying, I don't know if even in Antonio's keynote, he talked about UK Bristol. And so if you talk to Simon McIntosh Smith, who was responsible for that project, he said, I could have it up and running from like a parking lot to a full system producing science in a year, and it was a third the cost.
Yeah.
Where if I had waited, it would have taken me more like 3 years, and I would have spent a lot more.
Well, the race is on. These are very, very exciting times. I think it's amazing to see this Genesis mission thing sort of come across my iPad, if you will, and then be able to sit down less than 2 weeks later and talk to two people who are actually involved in getting these things up and running.
Yeah.
The global race is absolutely on. These sovereign AI environments popping up. It's a great time to, excuse me, I'm choking up. It's a great time. It's a great time to be in this business.
It's an emotional topic.
It is very emotional. It is very emotional. Safi Fishoff, AMD, thank you so much. Trish, always great to see you. Trish Dam-Kroger from HPE. And from HPE Barcelona, HPE Discover 2025 with my sidekick, Ryan Shrout. I'm Dave Nicholson for 6.5 on the Road. Thanks for tuning in and stay tuned for more exciting content.
Six five. We're here on the road.
The 6.5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think.
Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6.5.
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week, bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Cash flow positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Not entertained.
6'5".
6'5". 6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5".
6'5". We're here on the road.
The 6'5 is here in the booth.
What we have here is a Gen 5 SSD.
It's really about all the work that we've done.
We are here at GTC.
Mobile World Congress.
IBM Think. Welcome to Davos.
This is one of the most chaotic moments in history.
Yeah, I agree, Dan. And chaos loves analysts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are the 6'5".
Daniel Newman of Futurum.
Patrick Moorhead.
Patrick Moorhead, he is the CEO at More Insights and Strategy.
Decode, where we go in and pick apart the biggest news of the week. Bulls and bears. We're going to break down market inflections, technology's top voices. You won't hear this anywhere else.
Make this deal happen.
Catch more positive.
Is this Armageddon?
Market madness.
Don't you love when we ramble on? We're so entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
You're not entertained.
This is 6'5" on the road. We are live from HPE Discover Barcelona 2025. I'm joined by my colleague Ryan. We have saved the best for the last with our live stream series this week. We are speaking with Ryan, that leads now the combined Juniper and HPE Aruba networking business unit. Rami, it's always so great to talk to you.
Thank you, it's great to be here, Will.
Awesome. Well, I got to tell you, I shared this with you on social media earlier this week, but I paid a visit to Really Rami,
yes.
your AI avatar.
Yes.
And I asked it, like I told you over X, a very difficult AI networking question.
And how did he do?
He responded with a recommendation for tapas in Barcelona in Spanish. So was that a hallucination, Rami?
I'm not sure if really Rami is ready to take over my job quite yet. Let's see if he makes some more progress for next year's Barcelona.
Yeah, well, there'll be plenty of time to train Really Rami, right?
I think so.
And I'm wearing my lapel pin as proof.
I think it looks great on you.
Thank you. I love it. I love it. Well, let's get started. So this is your first Discover, right?
It's actually my first Discover as an employee. I was here last year as a guest.
That's right.
So this one hits different.
It is. Yeah. It is. And it's got to be sweet for you as well, right?
Honestly, it's been amazing. It's
been
great.
Well, so I love the unification of the AI ops, taking the best of Juniper Mist and Aruba Central, and it's powerful. And I've known you for quite some time. You've always had this vision of the AI native network. So what does this do, the combination of both solutions coming together to really drive the realization of a self-driving network?
Yeah, a lot of our customers are asking us that question because we have two very powerful platforms today, Aruba Central and Mist.
Yeah.
They're both they're leaders in the industry when it comes to AI operations, but they both have different sort of sweet spots in terms of strength. Mist is a cloud-native platform. Aruba Central has much more of a diverse use case across virtual private cloud and on-prem. So the approach we're taking is pretty simple. It is to take the best of each and cross-pollinate them onto the other.
Yeah.
In so doing, what are we going to do? We're going to accelerate the pace of innovation across both platforms. We're going to address every deployment model from on-prem to VPC to public cloud. And we're going to essentially give all of our customers the ability to participate in this accelerated innovation irrespective of their starting point.
Mm-hmm.
That is not just the vision, but we put the vision into actual action by delivering the first cross-pollinated microservices that we demoed on stage this morning and yesterday, and we'll deliver in just weeks from now.
And there'll be a common hardware platform, right, that you can run both solutions.
Absolutely right. I mean, we're showing that we can cross-pollinate not just the software and the microservices, but also the hardware capabilities. So by roughly the middle of next year, you'll have your first access point that will have a dual platform capability working equally well with Mist and Aruba Central. So our customers will have the peace of mind that their investments are 100% protected. Yeah, I mean, the progress we've made in just a few months is pretty amazing.
5 months, right?
5 months.
Am I calculating that correctly? I mean, the close was a little bit longer tail than I think you or Antonio expected.
Yes.
But it's amazing to see the engineering teams come together within such a short amount of time, and you're demonstrating those integrations today.
Absolutely.
Pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, it's gone easier and faster than I expected. And people ask me why, and I think it starts with a very basic thing, culture. The culture of the two teams are very similar, very customer driven, extremely technology oriented. And so we're now on one team, essentially executing on a common vision, a common strategy, and we're making a lot of progress.
Love it, love it.
Now, I'm fundamentally a performance guy. I love to talk about CPU performance, GPUs, networking, all of that. One of the most exciting things for me here was the HPE announcement of working with AMD and kind of being one of the launch partners for the Helios rack. Yeah. And as part of that, there's a new scale-up switch involved in it there. I'm curious, like, what are the technological innovations in that are, addressing an incredibly powerful system like what Helios will be, and also how that applies to kind of your broader networks for AI strategy.
So we're extremely proud of our partnership with AMD. Helios is an incredible rack scale AI solution. And we're going to be one of the first companies to deliver a Helios rack. As part of Helios, we're taking Ethernet to a new layer of the AI data center. I mean, Ethernet started out as scale-out technology. The scale-up network is still largely not Ethernet, and we are moving it to Ethernet with this architectural approach. The technical barriers are not small. I mean, these are extremely high-performance switch. The scale-up capacity is enormous. These switches are such high performance and such high performance density that you need to have 100% liquid cooling technology. Liquid cooling is not easy.
No, something that HPE has been focused on for quite some time.
That's
right?
exactly the point.
I love that.
That's exactly the point. HPE has been doing liquid cooling technology as part of their high performance computing systems for years and years, and we were able to tap into that immediately post-close, and as a result of that, have already announced our Tomahawk 6-based QFX 5250, 100% liquid cooled, and also this dedicated Ethernet scale-up switch for the Helios rack scale architecture. Again, in just a few short months. It's pretty amazing what we were able to do.
During the networking general session, you and the team sort of spoke about the 4 areas of focus: campus branch, data center, routing, security. And I just love your excitement when I see you on stage. I think earlier today, Ryan and I were recording or it may have been another colleague, and I kind of called you the networking whisperer, because you're so excited, about the potential of what's going on here and in the future. But let me ask you, what excites you the most? Like, looking at those 4 areas, given like what you've accomplished just in a short 5 months.
Yeah. Well, first of all, you can't fake excitement. I mean, I can't fake excitement. So when you see excitement from me coming up on stage, it's because I genuinely am excited.
Yeah.
And typically for me, the excitement comes from technology. I'm a technologist at heart. And when we deliver great products that solve meaningful problems for our customers, I find that just incredibly motivating. I can't pick a favorite, right? I just can't. I love them all. In the data center space, we have absolutely pushed the envelope with our liquid-cooled switching now based on Tomahawk 6 technology. In the routing space, we talked about the PTX being a data center interconnect solution, now working very tightly with NVIDIA. We also announced a new product, the MX301, which is an on-ramp for the inference edge that has all of the flexibility and capabilities that our customers love about the MX, but in a small form factor, power and cost optimized. So that's really interesting and exciting. In the campus and branch, as we just discussed, we're showing real progress in how our platforms are coming together, and we're accelerating the pace of innovation in both software and hardware for our customers. And then even in security, we have so much to offer right now across the Aruba and the Juniper portfolios. One innovation that I'm incredibly proud of that's already in the market is the SRX 4700, the world's fastest quantum safe firewall by a mile. We're doing in 1 rack unit what others take 14 rack units to do, with industry best, like proven through third-party testing efficacy.
Yeah, and I love the complementary nature of the two companies coming together. You, when you were the CEO at Juniper, very historically strong in service provider, also very strong, just within data center, right? And for HPE Aruba, data center was somewhat of a weakness, right? So like, I see the two coming together, and 1 + 1 far equals, beyond 2. It's a force multiplier from my perspective.
Well, I can't agree more. There is so much complementarity between the solutions, but also don't forget that the thing that we can benefit from right now as a part of this combination is just the go-to-market scale.
Right, the channel and all that, right?
The number of sellers in networking has doubled, and the number of sellers worldwide that are selling servers and compute and hybrid cloud, guess what? Each of these solutions have networking ports that we can attach networking to. And then, like you said, the partner community. Networking now has 47,000 partners that are ready and eager and interested. I've met with many of them at this event to sell the broader portfolio across all of these different domains.
Yeah.
You talked about we were talking about earlier about the speed of integration and how you attributed that to culture. I'm curious, kind of, what do you see as the next steps of that integration, and kind of what will be the next proceeds of it? Is it something like this kind of sales breadth that the combination with HPE provided? Or?
Yeah. So we've already made a lot of progress in unifying our engineering teams, our product teams, and this is why we were able to make these announcements at this event.
Yeah, it was great.
The next step is sales. Our sales day 1, where we have a harmonized single sales team that approaches the global opportunity as one team, starts beginning of January. So we've been working, diligently to get prepped for that important milestone, and we are ready.
We got 25 days.
We have 25 days, but fortunately we didn't just start. We've been working on it for several months right now.
There's some clean room activity.
And we are absolutely ready. And I have to say, this is where the rigor and the attention that HPE has put onto this integration effort is really amazing. Everybody is involved. From Antonio through the organization and the board of directors, they want to see this combination be very successful. So yes, I feel like I have all of the support and the resources across all of HPE to make this into a real success story.
Yeah, love it, love it. Well, as we wind the conversation down, Rami, we've talked about your excitement, your enthusiasm. Often when you and I have met, you've talked about the opportunity for market disruption. So as you look out over the next 12 months, I mean, what do you see as that market disrupting opportunity? Is there one particular thing that you can point to?
Yeah, I think if you take a look at what's happened over the last few years, especially in the domain of AI operations and this path towards a vision of a self-driving network, the progress has been immense. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's been immense by accident. I think we drove a lot of the innovation that has enabled that progress. We've gone from an era of basically just getting insights from network to now deriving from those insights like assisted driving type of situations where your hands are not off the wheel, but the network is making some autonomous decisions, but with a lot of human interaction. Now with agentic AI, I think the opportunity is truly self-driving. Truly self-driving. And with the combined scale, especially in the domain of AI operations across Juniper and HPE Aruba, I think getting to a completely self-driving network is just going to happen faster.
Yeah.
Like definitely within the next 5 years.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about that. Not just the vision, but the pace of execution we are making towards that vision.
Yeah, and the opportunity to lean into agentic AI frameworks to drive that automation. I think there still needs to be some trust built up in AI, and I think we're making progress as I talk to customers. But truly, the benefit at the end of the day for network operations team and security operations team is pushing that mundane CLI-based, activity and being able to focus on driving real value add for the lines of businesses that are supported, right?
Yeah, totally. I mean, look, a few years ago, nobody would have thought that there would be cars without drivers roaming through the streets of San Francisco.
Crazy.
Guess what? That's happening right now. So it's coming. And the benefit's going to be enormous. It's going to really enable IT teams to focus on what's much more important, which is driving their businesses forward, avoiding disruption, innovating and disrupting others. That's what all IT teams want. So it's coming, and I think it's going to be very, very powerful and beneficial to the industry.
It's exciting. It's going to be fun to watch how this all unfolds for you and the team. So Rami, thanks for taking the time to speak with us today. It's been great.
I really appreciate it. Enjoyed it very much.
Awesome. Well, so that is 6.5 on the road, live from Barcelona, and we're signing off.